Good morning and welcome to the Reconvening Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting of July 22nd, 2022, reconvening from July 6th. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. As such, committee members may participate in person or by electronic means. Committee members participating electronically are reminded that, in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, video must be enabled in order to confirm quorum. Any council member whose video is disabled will be marked absent for that portion of the meeting. Members are also asked to please advise the clerk if they need to leave the meeting. If a committee member loses connection during the voting process, staff will get you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The staff contact information has been circulated to you. Video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. And members of the public who wish to participate are encouraged to submit comments online or participate by telephone. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart.
Present.
Councillor Carr. Councillor Tichenova. Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Who's in the chair. And Councillor Kirby Young. You quorum, Chair Bly.
Thank you very much. So I'll just go over the plan for the day. Today, we will be continuing on with item 1, Vancouver Plan, with debate and decision. On July 6th, Council heard the staff presentation, asked questions of staff, and heard from registered speakers. As a reminder, item 2 was referred to the July 20th Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities, which we, of course, dealt with this week already. We will recess at noon for lunch and then reconvene at 1 p.m. And should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m., the meeting will reconvene on Wednesday, July 27th at 9:30. Finally, I'd like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them. Please ensure the clerk has received your amendment by using the council meeting amendments DL. So before we begin, I'd like to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. So at the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services on July 6, 2022, Council heard the staff presentation, asked questions of staff, heard from speakers to the item. Then, of course, due to time constraints, Council recessed and has reconvened for debate and decision on the Vancouver Plan at today's meeting. So I also just want to clarify where we are at in the process. We referred debate and decision to today's meeting. As mentioned already, the motion has been moved and was moved by Councillor Carr. So this is a reminder to Council that any previously submitted amendments that haven't been put on the floor would need to be resubmitted to the clerks before moving them. So here we are. Council, we are at the point where we are going into debate and decision, and I see we have a full queue. So what we'll do is we'll take it from the top, and Councillor Dominato, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. I'll cede the floor to other councillors because I don't think I may have been on for questions at the time, but I don't recall. So whoever, I think it's Councillor Swanson can go next.
Okay. And just a reminder that any questions of staff can be made through a point of information. Okay, Councillor Swanson, over to you.
Yeah, I've submitted 5 amendments. I'm hoping the clerk can put the first one up.
Okay, I'm going to take us to an amendment queue. And Councillor Swanson, I'll ask you to put yourself back on the queue.
So all these amendments have been vetted by staff and I've used their wording. So the first one is basically to expand the tenant protection that's in the Broadway plan to the whole city and to add protection for co-op residents too. And so this would include the right of first refusal, the same size unit, the education campaign on rights, and hopefully new policies to promote affordability, hopefully tying rent to the unit. Basically, all the amendments that we made to the Broadway plan to protect tenants, try and apply those to the whole city.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Weeb.
Question is through you, Chair, to staff. Recognizing that a lot of the tenant protections in the Broadway plan were report backs and not actually incorporated. So can you speak to how staff interpret this, recognizing that a lot of the renter protections of Broadway plan were just report backs and hopefuls? They weren't actually implemented or embedded in the Broadway plan.
Yes, thank you for the question, Council Member. And that's, if just for ease of reference, this one in particular is on page 3 of your big spreadsheet that we sent you this morning. And it's the first item, and you will see that staff's noted that these are significant pieces of work. And we will report back, but it won't be implemented immediately. We'll have to do some analysis and some evaluation on this. And as you'll recall, this next to the last column gives you the staff feedback on it. And so it does note that this is a report back, that doesn't implement anything immediately.
Okay, recognizing that this is something we've heard from the public, the importance of having them across the whole Vancouver plan. So this would be part of that same report back. So we would look at how we can improve our tenant protection citywide is what.
Yes, correct.
I will speak then in support of the amendment. I think it's important that we not only get report backs on these, but we start to implement these type of renter protections and tenant protections. So thank the councillor for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. Seeing no other members on the queue, we can go to a vote on this amendment. And that amendment passes with none in opposition. Okay, so going back to the main queue, Councillor Swanson, second amendment.
Yeah,
okay,
the second one.
I'm just going to move us around. So go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
The second one is to add to Appendix E, which is about the land use framework. So it's basically to establish development cost expectations as a signal to developers that we intend to capture the land lift. And yeah, the whole idea is to prevent speculation and to capture the value of the increased value of land from increased density, and to make that explicit.
Okay.
First item, page 2 of your spreadsheet.
Thank you. Teresa O'Donnell, I see Councillor Dominato on the queue. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, a point of information to staff. Could I get clarity? I was under the impression this is already established through the Vancouver plan.
No, I don't believe it was. It's common practice that we do it when we undertake a big planning study like the Broadway plan, that we do impose a development cost expectation, but it hadn't been baked in, unless I'm seeing a bunch of no's. Yeah. Yep.
It wasn't articulated.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. So, and I will thank staff for the extensive work in preparing comments on all the amendments that we've pre-submitted. And I do note that this is the original amendment that Councillor Swanson had included, but it's not consistent with the recommendations that staff had made subsequently, which I guess talk about striking clear and striking in each. in order to be consistent with how DCE policy has been framed on the city website. So I'm wondering, Chair, if I can ask a question of staff through you. How does this does this work? Is it lawful? Is it better that we amend it to be consistent with what you've recommended?
What I would say is that I would look to the lawful answer to our legal staff. From our perspective, it seems fine from the development cost expectation perspective.
Okay, so just in follow-up then, that's really just a suggested language for clarity and kind of consistency, but it's not a deal breaker either way. Okay.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that's a deal breaker, no.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
And law has reviewed all of these amendments that are in the spreadsheet.
Okay, great. Thank you. With that said, then I'm fine to move things along and go with Councillor Swanson's language. It seems to be that will work. But thank you, staff, for the additional comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Seeing no one else on the queue, let's go to a vote. And that motion passes unanimously. We're going to head back to the main queue. Councillor Swanson, take us back to an amendment queue for your third amendment. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is basically just to encourage nonprofit housing throughout the whole city, to try and get as much of it as we can, and particularly in the lower density residential areas. Yeah, and staff vetted this too.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swanson. I'm just yes, Councillor Carr.
To interject early to tell us what sheet is on, it would be helpful.
Fair enough. And also,
Well, I didn't know, right? Page 7, item number, the second item, item number 12. So page 7.
great. Thank you very much. So, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm happy to support this. As council remembers, I proposed something very similar about a year ago, and continue to think that this approach to allowing nonprofit housing to have approvals designated through staff rather than rezoning would allow that housing to get built quite a bit more quickly and save costs that allow reduced rents. And so appreciate this is a bit bigger picture than my motion was, but I think the direction is important, and I hope that it goes forward.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, we'll be speaking in support. We've heard from the nonprofit housing that clarity in what they're allowed to build helps them in working with other orders of government to get the funding necessary to build the housing. So I will be supportive of this motion.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to just also, I see no one else in the queue, speak in support of this amendment, and just recognizing that it is a report back. And I think that that is an appropriate use of this process around the Vancouver plan so that council can best weigh the options versus suggesting that we implement without that report back, which I couldn't support previously, but I can support this. So with that, we'll go to a vote, seeing no one else in the queue. And that motion passes with unanimous support. Councillor Swanson, I've almost lost track, but I think we're on amendment number 4. Go ahead.
Sorry, there are so many. So this one is just to basically change our housing targets so that they're actually based on need rather than the 2017 Housing Vancouver strategy, and to actually come up with a plan with roles for each level of government, for nonprofit, for the city, so that we can actually meet that need. Now, maybe we won't be able to do it, but let's at least set out how we can do it and what each level of government and nonprofits have to do in order to do it.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. So for everyone's reference, this is on page 1.
Page 1.
Item number 1. Any discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Wade.
Yeah, my question's through you to staff. I know that Councillor Carr brought a motion earlier in our term similar to this. I'm just wondering, was this incorporated through the Vancouver plan, and how do you see this being implemented?
Thank you, Councillor. Dan Garrison, Housing Policy. Staff felt that we were going to be, as you know, through the housing needs report that we brought to Council earlier this year, following up with both a new housing target process coming up into 2023 and also a new 3-year action plan. And so we feel that we would interpret this motion as providing us with additional sort of direction around what council would like to see through that process. So there is a process underway to handle this motion or this amendment. This would just be providing additional direction to us about what council would like to see through that process.
Okay, so this is just providing clarity on kind of direction that council's given. Forward. Thank you very much. Recognizing that answer, I will be very supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weed. Councillor Hardwick.
Council may recall that over 2 years ago, I put forward a motion called Recalibrating the Housing Vancouver Strategy Post-COVID-19, in which I detailed the data that would be required in order to do a thorough process in establishing what our needs are for growth and the right kind of housing going forward. To date, we still have not received that data. It was supposed to have been delivered by the end of July 2020, yet here we are. So I'll support it, Councillor Swanson, but I want staff to be hearing loud and clear that moving ahead with aspirational targets without working with reliable, defensible data towards evidence-based decision-making and policy is misguided. And let's look at this as an opportunity to get it right this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to Councillor Swanson for bringing this forward. I'll also support it, and in the interest of time, I won't amend it, but I will draw attention to, in the spirit of supporting this, that when we look at that refresh and action plan, I would hope that there is a focus on youth. I brought a motion forward. I know staff are considering that, but both youth at risk of homelessness, but youth who are aging out of care, they tend to be a higher vulnerability, often Indigenous. And so I would like to see us look at creative ways to incent housing units to be set aside specifically for youth aging out of care. And so I would hope that, again, in the interest of time, I'm not going to amend it, but we're referencing seniors or referencing families. But this is a subset group that needs particular attention and often don't have assets, they don't have furniture. And so I'd like us to look at ways to address that, and I would hope it'd be part of this plan. So thank you. And otherwise, I'll support it.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. And through you, point of information to staff. So staff, I also just want to verify that it looks like the housing targets refresh, according to Dan, will be based also on the motion that I put forward earlier. So I just want clarification on the record. What I asked for was to make sure that our targets matched the income categories of people actually living in the city and the affordability level at 30% of their income, which is the CMHC standard.
Yes, thank you. So if you'll recall the housing needs report we did, we outlined 3 scenarios we were going to look at as we did the housing needs target refresh work coming up to next year. One of those scenarios was entirely based on the motion that you moved, and so we will be looking at that as one of the underlying bases and principles of how we do that work. I think this would provide us with an additional direction to sort of also focus on the needs that we've identified through the housing needs report analysis and through other motions like the motion Councillor Dominato referenced a moment ago.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. And yes, I will support this amendment by Councillor Swanson.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Seeing no one else in the queue, we can go to a vote. And that motion passes with none in opposition. Councillor Swanson, final amendment. for now.
Yeah, so the last one is to protect some evicted tenants in the RS and the RT zones. Just to explore the application of the TRP to those folks.
Page 8, item number 17.
Thank you very much, Teresa O'Donnell.
So it's another report back.
Okay, so just giving council a second to pull up that amendment in your spreadsheet. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, only to speak in strong support of this amendment. I think it's really important that we look at the gaps that we're currently seeing in the TRPP policy as it exists, and I think expanding to the RSRT zoning districts is important. Also recognizing that a lot of the secondary suites that don't get captured in that notion of purpose-built rental, as we look to densify those sites and stuff, we really, as we contemplate adding new housing and new density to our city, we don't want to leave people behind. And I think this recognizes that there is that responsibility that we all share in moving forward. So thanks to Councillor Swanson for this thoughtful amendment and staff for their help with it.
Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of questions for you to staff. Could you maybe expand on this in terms of, have you seen examples of this in other jurisdictions? Because the way I interpret this is potentially with RSRT zones is you have single detached homeowner, it's a couple with 2-3 kids, they have a secondary suite, they rent it out as a mortgage helper, and so then they would be subject to the TRPP in terms of compensation, relocation services, and is that how, first of all, is that how I should interpret this in terms of application? And two, how many other jurisdictions are doing this? Or do we have examples?
Yeah, thank you. So in response to the first question, I think you're interpreting it how I would interpret it, which is to apply the tenant relocation plan to even individual lot sort of redevelopments, whether it be a redevelopment of a single family house to a new single family house, a duplex, or potentially one of the multiplex options that may be adopted following this plan. So I think that's correct. I'm not aware of any jurisdictions, certainly not in British Columbia, we are the only jurisdiction in British Columbia that does tenant relocation requirements for anything other than rezonings. So there is nowhere else that's doing this in terms of applying these kinds of tenant protections through development permits. And that is one of the pieces of advice we gave back to Councillor Swanson on the motion was around the language about the implications for legal, staffing, et cetera. And it's one of the reasons why staff can support the motion as it's drafted right now, because even in terms of our legal authorities around tenant relocation plans and applying those as conditions of development, we can do that through our development permit authority. We can't do that through conditional development permits. We can't do that, say, through building permits or other things. So the more we go towards outright development of those zones, the more challenging this could become to apply. So those are the things that we would work through if council approved this motion. But it would be a significant increase in the resources required to and the scope of our tenant relocation approach.
Okay, and would we be able to distinguish between, for example, a lot or property, a parcel that's purchased by a developer to redevelop into, say, a multiplex versus, again, the homeowner who's wanting to redevelop to add a secondary suite to accommodate the in-laws, as well as the laneway to accommodate the multi-generational living, and maybe they have existing tenants, so then there's a displacement situation. Would they be captured in that as well, potentially, in that moving in this direction?
They potentially would, and I think that's why we would want to do the assessment and the analysis of this and do a report back, because we'd have to figure out the sort of partially the legality of that approach and partially the sort of practicalities of the capacity of a homeowner in that case to undertake this. But that's what we could assess and report back on. Currently, our tenant relocation policies in RS and RT zones only apply to sites where multifamily developments are happening on assembled sites, so not individual lots, and that's how we've gotten to the point where we're focusing it on developers and not sort of owner builders. So but this would take it beyond that to single lot development.
And last question, did did I hear you say, though, this would also be significant additional resourcing as well internally as a city in terms of a department of adding this layer to the TRPP?
Yes, I mean, we did a little bit of an assessment on this, and I think right now we see an average of about 500 single detached lots redeveloped every year. Last year, we did somewhere between 20 and 25 tenant relocation plans. So we could be seeing that this would be a very substantial increase in the number of tenant relocation plans we would have to undertake. I can tell you, our staffing is not up to that right now, so we would have to rethink how we staff the tenant relocation function.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll hold my comments later. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Boyle.
I also have a question through you to staff, just so Dan Garrison doesn't get to sit down yet. Sorry, thank you. I am also wondering, one of the things I have seen a lot in my neighborhood is older homes, often with 2 or 3 suites of renters throughout them, being bought and torn down or taken back to the studs and rebuilt for one family. Not a what we think of as a redevelopment, but a new home and tenant displacement. Would that sort of thing qualify? Is your interpretation that would qualify under this?
It's a good question. I don't know yet. That certainly is something that's happening, and we do see a significant amount of rental housing in the city lost in particularly RT zoning districts due to that sort of that gentrification without redevelopment, if you will. That is one of the most significant losses of rental housing that we see, because the rental housing stock ODP does a pretty good job of protecting the purpose-built rental areas. So that's one of the areas we see. The answer is I don't know yet, but it is something that we could look into if council was to move this motion and ask us to report back on it. What it would apply to, the scope of this, and what types of permits it would apply to is something we would look into.
Great. Okay. Thanks so much. That's all for me, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor
I'm
Boyle.
happy to support it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, through you, point of information. I'm sorry, Dan. So my first question is, under what circumstances do you imagine including requirements to provide alternative accommodation? I'm just thinking, like, my husband and I did own a home in Kitsilano. We had a basement suite. Sometimes people left quickly, like they just were not there very long. So if a tenant chooses to leave the suite, do any of these tenant relocation policies typically apply?
Right now, the way that the tenant relocation policy works, and we would probably try to think of some way similar to that if we were looking at this, there are clear eligibility requirements around what types of permits. So if a tenant chooses to leave, they may not be eligible. It would only be if there's the eviction essentially is triggered by redevelopment of the property or the issuance of a permit of some type. And then there are eligibility requirements around when the tenancy began in relation to the application being made. So we would apply those kinds of tenant eligibility requirements to something like this.
Yeah, I'm hoping that if this passes, that you also will consider, and I'm interested in your response to this, consider the implications or the impact that this might have on potentially homeowners deciding not to put in a secondary suite because they're worried about the necessity of having to do tenant relocation.
Yeah, I mean, it is certainly one of the reasons why we've been hesitant sort of over the years to apply the tenant relocation and protection policies to single lot developments, because we are concerned that it's potentially it would dissuade people from renting out suites. So that is something we would have to take into consideration.
Okay. Appreciate the forthrightness of your answers. I will support this because I'm interested in the report back and in what staff have to say in more detail on this. I will be honest, I have some concerns about how it could get implemented and the impacts of that that implementation that might be negative in terms of homeowners deciding to build and rent out secondary suites. So, but I'm sure in a report back that we would get more fulsome information, and I would want that information before I make a full decision on this.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, follow-up question through you, Chair, to staff. Dan, sorry. Do we have a sense of how many tenants this would apply to across the RSRT?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually, and so I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I do know, generally speaking, there's about 65 or 70,000 RS zoned lots in the city. We think based on the various, there's no one great source of sort of secondary suite data, but based on putting together the 3 or 4 sort of anecdotal sources of information we have, we think there's probably around 30,000 secondary suites in the city. So you're looking at roughly half of the detached houses in the city. More on the east side than the west side certainly have secondary suites in them, and so it could apply to somewhere in the ballpark if I had to throw out a fairly rough number of 30,000 renter households.
Okay, thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. And with that, I think this is important work to explore, and it is a staff direction to report back and do a little bit of that work. And I think that could include sort of getting an accurate assessment, because we are contemplating pretty significant changes across the city and the RSRTs, and I would like to know who's going to get impacted and how, and I think this is a innocuous enough direction to at least report back and see what the implications would be of this kind of direction. So I'll continue in my support of this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, a question through you, Chair, to staff.
Yes.
Does the city have permits for secondary suites?
Yes, Councillor. We have permits for secondary suites. There's a couple of aspects to that. One is in the development process, of course, there's development building permits where the secondary suites would be checked in new buildings. Otherwise, there are licenses that are issued for legal suites. Those represent a relatively, the number of suites that we know of in the city that are licensed represents actually a relatively small percentage of the overall number of suites that exist in the city, but that is the sort of the legal construct.
So we're talking about secondary rentals, not purpose-built rental, not apartment buildings. So yes. So you've just made a statement that we believe we only actually permit a fraction of those secondary suites. How many do we permit?
The last time I looked at the numbers, I think it was around 5,000 that have licenses in the city. And as I said, our best estimates are somewhere in the ballpark of 30,000. So those aren't precise numbers, but that's the order of magnitude.
What are your best estimates based on?
The best estimates are based on numerous sources. Metro Vancouver does assessments. They're based on tax information. There's a number of different sources of data based on census data. So none of those sources of data is a perfect assessment of how many suites are in the city, but when you sort of use them all and triangulate them, that's where I come up with a number of somewhere in the ballpark of 30,000.
Well, that's really interesting to me, Mr. Garrison, because you may recall in the spring of 2020 when we had a Zoom call with the former Director of Planning, Gil Kelly. Among the people on the call was Dr. David Lay, Professor Emeritus from UBC, former head of the Geography Department, and also former thesis advisor to Councillor Carr. And Dr. David Lay requested, and I included in my motion, the request for the data around secondary market rental. This data, of course, is yet to be provided. So I find it interesting now that that you have numbers, even if they are not firm. But to go ahead with this, we are saying that we are going to apply the kind of tenant protections to something that we really, from what you're saying, have no idea about. We've maybe got 5,000 that we are properly permitting, receiving permits to rent the suites in their house. And that is, again, a small fraction of what you're estimating overall. So this being the case, what do you think the effectiveness of this amendment would be?
Thank you for the question, Counselor. That's not what we're saying, actually. What we're saying is we'll study it and report back.
Well, good. So we might get the data in the end then.
Councillor
I'll
Hardwick,
take that
this
as
is
a
your
yes. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato, and just before we do, I just want to remind all councillors that we are maintaining a level of decorum and respect for all our staff and each other while we're in these chambers and in this discussion. Okay, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to offer some comments briefly. I'm not seeing anyone else on the queue. Appreciate where this amendment's coming from, and I do support the TRPP, and there have been other amendments I've supported over the course of this term, and including with the Broadway plan. But I've been listening to staff and the questions I posed and some of the questions posed by Councillor Carr, and it really compels me that I don't think we should be taking this step right now at this time. The concerns I heard around that it could dissuade property owners from having secondary suites. I think there's possible unintended consequences that we're not even aware of at this time in terms of both that secondary housing, but affordability for families who are trying to offer that, but also trying to accommodate multi-generational living on existing properties in their homes, in which we're seeing a lot more of that right now, of families trying to cobble together space for in-laws and grandchildren, both in secondary suites and laneways. And then I also heard from staff that we're not resourced for this at this time, and I've heard consistently that we're stretched as a city in terms of the priorities and trying to meet all of the different demands. And this is obviously a huge undertaking, the Vancouver plan. But based on everything I've heard and the questions and answers, I'm inclined to not support this at this time. Thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, if this plan, as it proposes, opens up whole areas of the city, the whole city really, to higher density, and if our intention is to put the higher density in the areas where we now have low density so that we don't evict people, but we have 30,000, Dan just said, 30,000 households living in these areas, we have to do something to make sure that their probably reasonably affordable accommodation is not jeopardized. And this motion isn't calling for any concrete action. You know, I would be concerned if we had a rule that prevented people from renting their suites out. This calls for a report back. It calls for looking at the pros and the cons. But I think we have to make sure that we can protect those 30,000 households, or we're going to have 86,000 families in need number that we have now is going to be going way up to 106,000 or whatever. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Listening keenly and just joining the conversation, I think that this is always a really critical discussion and trying to find the right balance between delivering incremental new housing that we need. And I want to say the quality of housing that we like, because we often hear from people that don't live in secondary suites necessarily because that's their first choice, but because there isn't enough inventory of other available options for them, or the buildings are not pet friendly or any of those things. And, you know, happily we're seeing a real push from this council for new supply, a new rental supply. We're seeing most of the buildings that come online that are pet friendly and things of that nature. I do worry though that the single family homeowner is very different than a commercial or rental landlord. And there's a psychology in terms of renting out. There's a necessity sometimes in terms of affordability. People are trying to get into a home. There's a psychology around worry potentially of taking on tenants, et cetera. I do worry if we layer on too many restrictions that it would dissuade people from doing that. and we might have some unintended consequences. I also know that we heard from our staff during the Broadway plan, and again, those are not completely analogous, but council did take a very strong stand there in terms of implementing the tenant protections. And we also heard that we don't necessarily know what the impacts of those are going to be yet. And I have heard since from a number of folks that that could actually have a dampening effect, that we might have a great Broadway plan, but we're not necessarily going to see pick up and build out at a pace because of those parameters. And that's a tension that we're always going to see, but I don't think that we know enough yet. I also know that we're working towards an OCP. And I think as this is kind of a bit of a journey, it's not a destination, and there's going to be a lot of steps along the way, whereas we move forward on solidifying some of the specifics around the plan. And again, this is a vision document that we will have the opportunity for staff to kind of have further analysis and look at the implementation of those pieces. And I just don't want to have a consequence of losing some of that important inventory. So I'm going to listen keenly to the rest of the discussion, but I do have concerns from that perspective. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Mayor Stewart.
Thanks, Chair. I would be very interested in seeing this work done as an exploratory piece. Right now we're over 50% renters in the city, but at one point earlier in the last century, we were 70%. Most major cities are, if you look at London or New York, they're 80% renters. So I do think that increasingly, I'm very proud of the work the council's done to protect renters in this term, but I do think that this is a good exploration, and we're a trendsetter in the country, and I think this is something other people will look to as well, and I think the province may also be interested in. So I do support this exploration, although I do recognize the burden that puts on our staff, but I'll support this.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll just add myself to the queue. I just want to echo the comments of the sort of the concerns raised and the trepidation, I think, from even those that have raised questions, good questions, and have expressed maybe some concern, but been interested in the report back. And my only additional comment to that, and in echoing Councillor Dominato's comments initially, is that the challenge with report backs is that gets reported out. And the issue that we have is quite a substantial housing stock, whether it's ideal or not for renters in our secondary suites and RS and RT zones. And as somebody who actually has been renting in the city for 25 years, raised my family here, I've had the fortune of having great relationships with my landlords. And I recognize that not everybody has had that experience. But what I'm hearing is more and more landlords are feeling the squeeze, whether it's empty homes tax or whether it's tenant relocation or responsibility around the rental tenancy branch, which I fully support tenant protections, don't get me wrong. My concern is in this report back that we don't understand yet what the ramifications are. And this will be reported out that soon enough, council will decide on a TRP for our SRT zones. And those homeowners, those landlords are going to stop renting their places. And we see that happening because oftentimes that level of income isn't necessary in terms of making ends meet. It's, they've got a good relationship, they've got great tenants, and then all of a sudden they're being sort of managed top down by interfering policies when things are working, maybe not 100% of the time, but I would say generally things are working most of the time when you talk about renters in RS and RT zones working with landlords. So I'm not saying that that everything is perfect, but I think we have to tread very carefully, and this is likely to pass, but I would like to register my vote as not in favor. And again, coming from 25 years of experience of renting in this city, and in not all situations are the same. We often hear about some of the more challenging, and we don't hear about the great relationships that people have with their landlords, and what that enables in terms of stable housing while we continue to build more purpose-built rental, which this council and myself included has rallied around and improved, as the mayor just mentioned, an unprecedented number of units. So I think we need to build that stock. I think we need to give people choices.
And I think we need to not put too many top-down policies that are getting in the way. Particularly, this plan is set to set the path forward over 50 years. So maybe it's a little rushed to look at this now, and we need to actually get the plan going and see what are the other things we need to be looking at maybe in the next 1 or 2 years when we look at quick starts and implementation. So I'm not going to support it right now for all of those reasons. And to make it clear on record, though, I, of course, support tenant protections, having been one for more than 3 decades with children in this city. So I get the challenge. Okay, I actually see more people on the queue. So Councillor Kirby on.
Chair, I have a point of procedure.
Yeah.
I noticed this over the last couple of sessions is under section 4.3 of the procedural bylaw. Is that, and I do this.
Oh, seating the chair.
Sorry?
Seating the chair. Yeah,
Chair.
thanks very much, Mayor. That's
Yep,
a great
no problem.
reminder. When we're going back and forth with so many amendments, I tend to move quickly and forget that piece. So Vice Chair Fry, I will ask you to be at the ready for when I need to engage in debate. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah.
Oops, just a second. I just lost your mic. Please go ahead.
All good. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to add one other comment because I was just really studying in detail the staff feedback, and I'm reading this piece particularly really stands out for me. Staff want to be clear this amendment would have major implications for staffing, operating budgets, legal authority, and overall permit processing wait times. Even on overall permit processing wait times alone, we know that the thing that adds the most expense to housing and constrains supply and availability is our city time for processing and delays. And the longer that it takes, the more expensive the housing is, and the less of it that we have available. And that on its own is a pretty compelling piece to me, let alone staffing and other operating budgets to implement some of the other really important work that we have staff doing. So we've got, I think, a deficit in things like our rental housing policy right now with MRF and the other programs coming to a close, and some other really critical pieces of work that need to be done. So I'm looking at it and weighing it in terms of relative magnitude of importance. And to me, getting the housing out there more quickly, getting new rental policies done, expediting some of the social housing projects, and not having staff pulled is pretty compelling, because this council has said that we want to reduce permit wait times, but we have not made the traction that we wanted to take. So to have something in front of us in black and white that says this will impact it and make it worse, I just wanted to kind of add that that's a pretty compelling additional piece for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Hardwick.
Thanks. I just wanted to add at this, as much as I continue to challenge the veracity of the data that we're basing our decisions and policies on, I am concerned about the role that secondary rental market plays in affordable rental housing. It's not all going to be borne by purpose-built rental. And I think it is a desirable form of housing for many people across the city. So my concern is that this will, in fact, dampen the willingness people have to create secondary suites in their home. In fact, I think we should be enabling more secondary suites in homes. So I'm concerned that this direction disincentivizes everyone from creating a rental or on a small scale. And on that basis, despite the fact that I sure would like to get to the bottom of the data, I cannot support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Well, I just want to reflect, just especially for folks listening, because the way this process has been working, we've variously submitted amendments and then staff have provided commentary. So Councillor Swanson's original amendment to this effect was far more prescriptive on how to do this. Staff supplied some rationale around the implications of this, and the amendment to the amendment that Councillor Swanson has provided on the screen reflects those concerns of staff. I think it is important to have this report back, and in the report back, it will address any potential budget implications, et cetera, et cetera. We do, and I'll point folks back to 4.1.61S of the Vancouver plan that talks about RS zones and the potential for up to 6 houses in a multiplex. Those are some pretty serious considerations, and those are some pretty serious implications for a population that we're not even sure how many renter households there are. I appreciate Dan Garrison provided a back of the napkin kind of estimate, but I think that there's work in this space, and I think that we need to tread carefully because, as we hear consistently, when developments occur, there is the potential for displacement of existing affordable rentals for the folks who work in our city, who contribute to our city, who live in our city. And I think, at the very least, a thoughtful consideration of what this might mean, and that's in this staff work to report back and come back with what the budget implications may be, and if that will delay permits, and if that will prevent folks, then I want to hear that. If it's going to prevent people from developing secondary suites in the city, then yes, we need to hear that and adjust the policy appropriately. But I do think that this is work that needs to happen so that we're making informed decisions moving forward when we really contemplate some significant changes to the housing stock across our city. So I just want to go back on record to articulate how this process has been working for folks who don't have the benefit of this whole comment sheet that we do, but also that I think that this is important work to do for our city. So. And I appreciate that staff's framed this as a report back and framing it around the budget implications, et cetera. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. And seeing no one else on the queue, we can go to a vote on the amendment. Councillor Wiebe? And that motion passes with Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Kirby-Young, and myself in opposition. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Swanson, you still have the floor.
That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Stewart.
Thanks, Chair. I just have one amendment. This has brought forward with after extensive consultation with the affected community.
I'm just going to send us to an amendment queue, and great. And
Sure.
if we can just indicate where that can be located in our spreadsheet.
Yeah, it's the second one since the
Second
first one has passed. It's the second one.
Page 3, item 4.
Thank you very much.
Wait. Oh, wait, is it page 5? Page 5, item 9. Sorry.
Okay, page 5, item 9. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Sure. So this is a mostly symbolic amendment to our plan with some possible resource allocation as we go forward. Developing this plan is particularly targeted against the community that has faced discrimination throughout our history here in the city. So the first part of the amendment is to recognize, although the Bartholomew plan wasn't implemented officially, it did guide a lot of our planning here in the city, and it was seen as a segregationist plan, really to separate people and not to bring them together based on race. And our Vancouver Charter is past versions of that are just filled with discrimination against the Black community, but also other racialized communities in the city. So this is to acknowledge this, for the city to officially offer an apology, and to think about how we resource Black-led and centric organizations as we go through processes like these. So that really is, I remember in these chambers when I read a proclamation, and in the proclamation itself, it said anti-Black racism in it, and the community said they hadn't heard that in these chambers before. I think it's kind of something we're naturally doing over these 4 years, as well as anti-Asian racism, anti-Indigenous racism. And I think this council has actually done a lot of work to work toward remedying that. And this, again, would be in our major plan that we hopefully pass here today. This would be a core part of our acknowledgement to the past, but also how to move forward in the future. So I hope this will be supported.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have a point of information through you to staff, if I might.
Okay.
And I'm looking at the revised language. Actually, maybe I'll just separate the thoughts first and deal with the first one. And I noticed in the second paragraph, it says that I just want to update and staff can provide updated information on the status of work, because it says, and direction to staff to develop an anti-racism action plan. And we had a motion that I brought forward to council to develop an anti-racism action plan. And this council chose not to approve it at the time, but to refer it to staff. And my understanding, and I'd like staff clarification, is that staff has taken that work up, and that work is actually underway, and it is already being worked on, actioned, and incorporated into the equity strategy. So can I get confirmation on that, please?
Yes, and we're just reaching out for a member of the ACCS staff to respond to this.
I see that we've got our city manager.
I can answer that question. The answer is yes.
So the answer is yes. So this would be work that is already happening.
The work on an anti-racism strategy, and there's a number of different dimensions to that work, is underway, yes.
Okay, I'm wondering why staff in the feedback didn't flag this as redundant if this work is already happening and council's already considered a motion on developing an anti-racism action plan.
I'm not sure, Councillor, that we saw it as entirely redundant. Obviously, that's a decision for the chair.
Okay, and I wonder if I might ask a point of information to the mover of the amendment through you, Chair.
Go ahead.
I think it's really important that we work with all of our cultural communities to support them. I've always been a champion for that, as council knows, and I'm wondering, given that that work is already underway, and in a desire to support communities, if the mover of the motion would like to consider amending their motion versus repeating redundant works already underway. I would hate to see us in a situation where we ask for a ruling out of order, but I would like recognition that this work has already been undertaken. So I'd like to pose that question constructively through you to the mover.
Okay.
First of all, just the way that the question's posed, all of our communities is not the way that I would phrase it, because it does seem, I know that there's a lot of offense within the Indigenous communities when that's used, so I wouldn't phrase it that way. But I stand by this, and if the councillor would like to ask the chair for a ruling, then please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the answer. That's unfortunate. I was trying to look for a collaborative approach.
Sure.
I was speaking to the amendment, but I do want to acknowledge on the record that council had a chance to move this work forward much more aggressively and take a strong stance on that when we saw a lot of ongoing racism that we've always always seen in the city of Vancouver, dating from time immemorial with our Indigenous peoples, to the racist, segregationist land use policies and planning. Moving forward to our other communities, we've considered the impact of things like land titles that have had language such as the impact that no person of Indigenous, Black, Asiatic, or African descent may be entitled to own a property, to even live, reside in, or attend a property. Incredibly distressing. And so I was really concerned when I saw the first version of the amendment from the mayor that it just identified the one community instead of the plethora of communities that we're so fortunate to have here in the city of Vancouver. I'm not intending to enact any further harm, but I just want to note for the record that I really think council could have taken leadership on this earlier on instead of referring it to staff when we saw such a rise in hate, and we saw that happen. We've seen people literally mowed down in the Muslim community. We saw an increase in anti-Semitism and swastikas that were put on synagogues in our city. And we saw the alarming and still happening today rise in anti-Asian hate. So I think it's an opportunity for reflection to really look at that path forward. But I will always support anything that has to do with the diverse and rich cultural communities in our city. And I want to be very clear about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Fry.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm struggling a little bit with the motions presented versus the staff suggested wording that really kind of talks about larger systemic racism issues that stemmed from the Bartholomew plan. Obviously, we had a historic South Asian apology a couple of weeks ago, which referenced, I guess, at that time, you know, as an outcome of Bartholomew Plan type thinking, that we'd erased the notion that Sikhs had Gurdwara in Kitsilano, and that South Asian people weren't allowed to have property west of Main Street, which resulted in Punjabi Market, of course. Anti-Asian racism, and of course, just yesterday, very powerful, or throughout this week, powerful testimonials from Indigenous folks who live in these territories and beyond, and the murdered and missing women, and the systemic racism that stems from a lot of this thinking. So, whereas I 100% support the acknowledgement of anti-Black racism and stuff, I'm a little troubled by the exclusion of other populations that have been systemically discriminated against through the city's history. And so I'm curious, maybe Chair, if I can ask a question of you through staff, if the suggested wording that was provided in the staff report that similarly sort of touches on the very, very real example of Hogan's Alley, but also anti-Indigenous racism, anti-Black racism, anti-Asian racism in civil service areas. If that is important from an equity and fairness perspective to include that kind of language. And
I will refer to our planning staff as a starting point.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. We did work this language through with ACCS, and I understand that we have Branislav on the line now that might be able to speak to the ongoing work.
I may just interject us for a moment, Branislav, if you're about to come on. I just want to clarify that Councillor Fry. Okay, I'll leave it there. I'll ask a question if I have to. I'm not clear that the question's been heard correctly. But Councillor Fry, you can raise that if that's your understanding as well. There's differing language, I think, is what the point is here.
yeah, I think if Branislav needs clarification to what I was asking. Is he on the line?
Branislav, are you on the line?
If I might suggest, I would, it would be helpful if, Councillor Fry, if you could clarify the question you're posing to staff. Thank you.
Well, I'm hoping to get a reflection of staff why they've suggested this new wording relative to what the mayor's submission is that we're seeing on the screen, and the suggested wording from staff takes a larger perspective on anti-racism and how that's racist attitudes have imparted on different populations, and I'm wondering if they could reflect why they're suggesting that in this amendment.
I see Sandra Singh is on the line, but we can't hear you. Just checking your volume, or you're not muted.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, and Community Services. Thank you for the question. I can speak to this. Yes, in terms of the suggested staff, the staff suggestions with regard to this amendment were intended to more broadly recognize systemic racism experienced by racialized communities, and at the same time recognizing the unique circumstances as well experienced by the Black and African diaspora communities. So our recommendation would be to recognize the racism experienced by Indigenous communities, Black communities, Asian communities, and other racialized communities.
Thank you for that. And just in follow-up, would we worried that we'd be inflicting harm upon those communities that are otherwise omitted from this recognition? Or erasure, or maybe harm's too hard a word.
Because the Vancouver plan is a city-wide plan, it would be, it's staff's perspective that it would be beneficial to recognize all communities. Certainly, we are doing very specific, focused work with the Black and African diaspora communities, and we'll be reporting to Council in September at a special meeting on that work and updating on that work. It's our recommendation that if we recognize one community, we should recognize others that experience the same harms.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We are I provided more time, Councillor Fry, given that staff needed to get on the line there. But we're going to have to move on to Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, my question's through to the mover. In the staff recommendations, it did talk about, or I guess their feedback to the motion, really expanding on the current work that's been going on with the Black and African diaspora community members. Can you speak on why you thought it wasn't appropriate to put that into your motion?
Yeah, thanks for that question.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, these come through extensive discussions with the affected community, and I did take the staff recommendations back to them, and there is a concern that it dilutes what they see as an important thing to expand it to all community groups. And I don't mean this in a disparaging way, but it's that we've seen this in a number of movements. It's moving from Black Lives Matter to All Lives Matter, and I think that was the concern among the group that we, the Black and African diaspora group that we've been meeting with. They would like specific recognition. This does it. We've refined it somewhat based on staff input, but we think it's an important recognition, mainly because of the lack of recognition in the past as well. So, and I think the kind of mixed success we've had over the last 4 years in both recognizing and dealing with appropriate responses to this to past discriminations.
Okay. And I don't. It's tough to look at both quickly. What elements of staff wording were you able to incorporate into your motion? All right, it's a pretty long text, so I'm just wondering what elements. Recognizing recognizing this is a citywide plan. I'm just wondering, were there elements you were able to incorporate into the work?
That's a follow-up point of information to the mover.
Yeah.
Mayor Stewart? That was a follow-up.
Oh, I'm sorry. One more time.
Yeah, just to follow up, recognizing that staff had suggestions about kind of how to recognize kind of the ongoing work we're doing as brought in. Was there any elements of staff's wording that you were able to put into your changes, or did you recognize?
If I can rephrase that, I deeply considered it and actually took it back to the community, talk with them, and in the end, it did very limited, if maybe a few minor tech changes, but that's it. But the principle stayed as the core, as the initial motion. So I know it does open. I think the discussions here are very genuine and concerning, but it does kind of come to a larger principle of recognizing past discrimination in some ways needs to be named, and that's why I've named it for the Black and African diaspora community in this specific amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I have a couple questions through you to staff. One is just with respect to the proposed amendment. Could staff clarify in undertaking with a recommendation of an acknowledgement of the Bartholomew Plan, would that then become an embedded statement within, and I'm holding the hard copy of the Vancouver Plan, so would that become as part of an introductory piece where when someone goes to review and visit the Vancouver Plan, both physically or online, that this would be a statement of, there be some sort of...
Yes, it would be reflected in the plan. It might be put in just the council report that adopts the plan, or would it show up? Would it be printed in the? I think we'd need it added as a statement contained within the plan. Yeah. Yeah.
And so I guess in that vein, then would it be appropriate then, or an opportunity then with further amendments to include similar relevant statements to other communities that were marginalized through the Bartholomew Plan? It's already been identified that we've got a number of communities that are represented and experience segregation, including the Chinese community, the Japanese Canadian community, would we be able then to have similar articulated statements of significance within our plan that acknowledges all communities?
Yes, and I'll ask Sandra if she can help me out on this one, but I believe that was the intention there, is to reflect all equity denied communities but if, whether it's through a single statement or a series of statements.
Okay, thank you. Well, maybe I'll consider some further amendments on my own. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young, you have just 40 seconds.
Oh, okay. On one amendment, maybe through you to staff. I wonder if staff can just comment. I know in terms of just understanding the context of what's already happening specific to the different communities, and sort of the notion of like an umbrella type of acknowledgement of the diverse, rich cultural communities doesn't mean that there isn't separate and independent work happening like with each community. I know, for example, September 27th, we have a special council meeting
Leave some
dedicated
time
to
for
the Black
staff to
community.
answer that
Maybe somebody
question.
would like to pick up on that.
Just 15 seconds.
Yeah.
That's a big question.
Yes, Councillor Sandra Singh here. We have specific work underway with the Black and African diaspora community, the South Asian community, with Chinatown, and of course we work extensively on reconciliation as well. So there are multiple streams of work underway.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much. We'll move on to Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, you're actually out of time.
I've submitted an amendment to the amendment, so can that?
You do not have any time left, I'm afraid, to do that. You're well over your 5 minutes.
Oh.
That is the process there. So I'm going to move us along to Mayor Stewart.
Yeah, I would just say that this amendment comes out of specific work with a particular group that I've been very involved with, especially when it comes to negotiating federal funding for specific investments in the community around Hogan's Alley and other aspects of this community's wishes. I didn't mean as exclusive to other groups. This has just come out of the work and through long discussions with this group. I would say, though, that amending to say all groups matter is not good enough, and the route I would suggest, I would think that this would have to be specifically from each group that wants recognition for past wrongs, and then working with that group to come up with the language that they think is appropriate. I know it takes a lot more work and it's hard to do off the floor of council, but that would be my thought on this one is, you know, if folks are going to add to this, I would suggest, you know, directing staff to seek input from other folks that have been discriminated against, groups that have been discriminated in the past, and see how similar statements could be added from those groups rather than saying turn this completely into all groups matter. I think that would cause offense to the Black community that I've been working with. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, recognizing this is a pretty healthy dialogue, I'm wondering if I can move for a second round of questions.
On an amendment, I will just confer with the clerks, but that would be your right. I think we'd have to suspend the procedure bylaw to do that, but let me just check. I'm going to pause your time.
Appreciate it.
Hey, Councillor Wiebe, that is, what section? Sorry, clerks, what section is that? So section 8.8 of the procedure bylaw does allow any member to move a motion to permit any member to speak for an additional 5 minutes, which essentially can be translated into a second round of questions. So that motion is permitted. So is that the motion you'd like to make?
That I allow for a second round of 5 minutes, or a member to be able to speak for more time.
Oh, okay, great. So we have a motion on the floor for a second round of questions. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great. So we have a second round. Thank you. And you still have time, Councillor Weedon.
I'll cede the floor. Thank you.
Okay. Apologies. So it's additional 5 minutes for debate to the amendment because we do not have specific question queue for amendments. So thank you very much. Councillor Fry, I'll reset your timer. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just sending this back in the proper format. Yes, this is really difficult work, and I appreciate the time and effort that the mayor's put into this. I've put a lot of work in on the Hogan's Valley group as well, and as I guess the only non-white councillor here, and of somebody of intersecting racial identities, this is important stuff to not exclude people and to recognize that the Bartholomew Plan actually did inflict a great deal of othering on people who are in our city, and I think it's important to recognize that. And through its omission, and through us having this conversation, and through recognizing that staff are indeed recommending that we perhaps take a wider, more inclusive scope. And I know that this does not come from a place of ill will from anybody on council to not, and it's complicated work, and it's painful to be excluded. And I realize that this is not what folks who've been working on this with the mayor from the Hogan's Valley community will necessarily want to see, but I do support the staff recommendations to make this a little bit more inclusive and recognize that the legacy of the Bartholomew Plan was exclusionary and racist, and imparted a great deal of harm on a lot of communities and classes in our city. And it's important to not erase that. And so it puts me in this awkward position of potentially offending people, and I do offer heartfelt apologies because that is not the intention here. This is about recognizing some historic roles. I think that the staff recommendations to amend this amendment are thoughtful, and I guess I'll just sort of quickly read them out so that folks who are listening alongside. It does acknowledge that Harlan Bartholomew's public records of segregation is devoted to enshrining race and class segregation in the city planning. It acknowledges the harms that were inflicted on Indigenous, Black, and racialized communities in Vancouver stemming from that racism of the Bartholomew Plan, and the premise that it led for urban renewal, including, and it explicitly mentions laying the foundation for the erasure of Hogan's Valley. It goes on to further that council recognized that the city is committed to enacting policies that address racism, including anti-Indigenous, anti-Black, and anti-Asian racism in all civic service areas, because we know this still is a legacy of that kind of colonial thinking. It references the UNDRIP task force. It references staff's work on an anti-racism action plan and the equity framework. It also does talk about enabling resourcing community-led centric organizations and residents that represent the spectrum of racialized communities. And it does very explicitly and specifically talk about the advisory committee of the Black and African diaspora community members. And so and the work and the upcoming work that will be presented to this council in September. This isn't about all this. This isn't diluting this important recognition of anti-Black racism, but it is at the same time not diluting the fact that there are a lot of systemic ills that we are now just reconciling today in these recent years that have put a great deal of harm on all sorts of communities. And I'm really struggling to articulate this because it is painful stuff. And it is important to acknowledge. And I totally appreciate the mayor doing this hard work to try and get to this place. And this is not a slight on his work here. This is not a slight on the Black diasporic community's work in this space. It's just important to not others. And so, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just rambling at this point, but thanks for indulging me.
And thank you, Councillor Fry. I do want to put us into an amendment queue too and recognize you have fully introduced your amendment. So if anybody would like to speak to that amendment, please add yourself to the queue. Mayor Stewart.
Yeah, thanks very much. Very difficult work, and I do, of course, acknowledge my extreme privilege as somebody that has not lived any of this experience, but also, my responsibility as mayor, as I'm working with groups, including the Black and African diaspora community, but as well, I think, to my relationships with the chief and the nations through reconciliation. And I have to stick to my word. And so I did talk for a long time with this community, did agree upon a text and said I would put that forward. I do think that there's a lot of value in what Councillor Fry has put here as far as other councillors may want to consider, but I am going to stick with the text that I put in, but recognizing that all this work moves us forward. And again, apologies to Councillor Fry about this position that you're being put in here, and again, recognizing my own privilege and having I've never lived in this, but do have to follow through my commitment to the community that I've made. So I'll be voting against this.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Chair Bly. I will be supporting this amendment to the amendment by Councillor Fry, and there's a primary reason why I am going to support it. If you read the first sentence or the first part of the sentence in the motion, that the city acknowledge Harlan Bartholomew's public record as a segregationist devoted to enshrining race and class segregation in city planning, and acknowledge the long-standing and ongoing harm that has been inflicted. And then the rest of the motion deals only with the Black community. I think that will continue to inflict harm on the other racialized groups that have been excluded, have been harmed by the racist practices that did exist in the past, such as limiting certain areas of the city or enabling certain areas of the city to exclude people of different racial backgrounds. I don't want that divisiveness to continue, so I understand the desires of the Black community within Vancouver, laud their focus on their goals, but this is the Vancouver plan for the whole city. And I believe it must embrace all of the racialized groups and the harms done beforehand, and try and rectify those harms by being abrasive in this particular amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. This is a very challenging conversation in areas. It always is when you're discussing things of historical weight and discrimination. And I really want to thank Councillor Fry for his courage to enable this conversation. It is not an easy thing to do. And I also want to recognize that I come at this from a different perspective because I look like I look. And I don't look like the communities that we're talking about. I do have a partner who is a person of color. I think I have a great degree of empathy, but I don't have experience in living that day-to-day reality. But I observe with that and with all of the different communities that council engages with, and with our friends and loved ones in cultural communities across the city, that there is this real duality of, how to put it, of being seen for a specific characteristic, like the color of your skin, and yet feeling unseen at the same time, in terms of the work that is done. And that's probably one of the best ways that I can put it. And I really don't want to see us perpetuate any harm either. We've had a few missteps on some of the work that's being done, and I attribute that to the difficulty in the work. I know that's been tough on the communities and it's tough on the staff who have brought some of those reports forward. And so I think that this conversation, I genuinely believe, is recognizing the challenges of that and trying to figure out how to chart a path forward. And this doesn't come with a manual of how to do it. It's not easy, right? This is sort of restorative work in terms of moving forward, but they don't give you the guidebook that's sort of a checklist, and it's different and it's not defined and it's different for every community. I think it might be helpful for context to recognize that this is talking about overarching Vancouver plan and land use, but yet it is incredibly important that there is distinct work, actions, tactics, and resources assigned to each community to figure out what that specific restoration and reparation work looks like. And I think that that is happening. So that's really important, I think, for people to hear, right? We had the Chinatown Transformation Team, and the city made the historic step of the Chinese apology. We have work underway, and thanks to around the table from this council of working with the South Asian community. I'm working towards the South Asian apology. I think we had another tough debate earlier this week with our host nations with respect to reconciliation in action and what it really looks like when it came to the Olympics, right? And we had a great dialogue about that. And we had, there was that moment where they sort of said the canoe's sinking, but we feel like we've righted it now because there are these bumps along the way, and that is kind of part of the process of learning. And I think that's what we're trying to do here with where we are taking this one is to try to admit we're still learning, be informed by some of the challenges that we've had, but not repeat the mistakes of the past. And I think it's really important that we send a message that that's the intention of this direction and the intention of this council in this work. And I hope that the communities hear that very clearly, because I think intent is incredibly important, right? Because that's the place that you kind of start from to build on. So I appreciate staff's acknowledgement of that and language they brought forward. I'm hopeful that council will consider that perspective. And again, I really thank Councillor Fry because I always cede to people that have more direct experience in this. And I've learned a lot from folks like Councillor Fry, and I've learned a lot from things like my partner, watching how other people go through life and how they're perceived differently simply because of how they look. So I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just add a couple of brief comments. My colleagues have really covered a lot of ground, but I will say, like Councillor Fry, I appreciate the mayor's work and efforts in this regard. That being said, I also echo the sentiment of the importance of whatever representation we have regarding the harm and history of the Bartholomew Plan, that it is that representation, particularly in a plan that is going to be a long-term vision and framework for the city, that it is inclusive and not exclusive. And like Councillor Carr indicated in her comments that we don't want to stoke division in the city. My experience in policy work has not been in urban planning, it's been in schools. And a lot of that work, which I think has some parallels to this, was that when we were dealing with concerns over bullying, targeted attacks, violence against kids, it was for a whole variety of reasons. But we set about developing a strategy to ensure that all kids, regardless of sex, gender, orientation, identity, would feel safe and welcome and included in their schools. But that it was everyone. While we knew from the data that the 2S LGBTQ plus community was at much higher risk, Indigenous children are at high risk. The focus of our mandate, our language used, was that we recognize and that a school should be a safe place for all children, whether you're a member of the 2S LGBTQ community, whether you're heterosexual. It was, and so when I think about the work we're doing here, we need to remember that in representing the history, we have to represent all communities. And someone referenced erasure, and that is harmful potentially. And there's really important, and I have a motion coming later which will address some of sort of the both tangible and intangible heritage of the city, and trying to ensure that that represents all communities. But just to say that I recognize this is a challenging conversation, and I appreciate that all councillors are really leaning into this discussion and trying to ensure that we are appropriately representing the history of our city and the communities that were marginalized through Bartholomew Plan. And so I will support the amendment for that reason. I thank Councillor Fry for bringing it forward, and I'll pause there.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. So that does bring us to the end of the list here. So we'll move to a vote on the amendment to the amendment. Sorry, I called the vote, so we're going to have to go ahead. Thank you very much. So that motion does pass with Councillor Swanson, Councillor Boyle, and Mayor Stewart in opposition. Okay, so that's taking us back to the amendment Q1, where we have an amendment. And Councillor Fry, you have 30 seconds.
That's good, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
I'm good.
Councillor Kirby-Young. Mayor Stewart.
Good.
Councillor Boyle.
Just to say that, well, my preference was the original language. I'm certainly happy if this is, with this amendment having passed, to support this language, and I appreciate the effort that both the Mayor and Councillor Fry have put into navigating, as well as the suggestions and contribution of language that many within the Black community worked on in recognition of this history. So glad to see, even in this amended language, that we are acknowledging that history. And I know it's been a shared commitment of council throughout the term to be not just acknowledging it, but acting on it, and that will continue that important part of the work. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. So with that, we will go to vote on the amended amendment. And that motion passes with none in opposition. Okay, thank you very much. So we will go back to the main queue. And I just want to flag for the clerks, our list seems to have been cleared. We're back on the main queue here. Just a moment, Council. So we do have a record of that original queue. And so we're just going to review the minutes. Maybe let's give, oh, we have it actually right here. So just give us a second. Thanks. Yes, okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, great. So this is the queue. Councillor Boyle, you are up.
Great, thank you. I also have circulated 2 amendments that I think we can do one at a time.
Okay, great. So we'll go to Amendment Q1, and I'll just ask that you put yourself back on the queue, and we will have your first amendment brought up on the screen. If you'd like to introduce it, go ahead.
Yes, great, thanks. Let's do the other one, the lower one first. Can we do that? Thanks. So this first amendment is about implementation. We heard through this city plan process, and have certainly heard from the public some concern about not landing the housing changes that we need at the ground level, which of course was the major challenge of the last citywide plan, that it was a good high-level plan and that it was never implemented. I think the next stages of implementation of this plan are incredibly important. A lot of that will be up to the next council, and this amendment is asking us to and staff to do two things. And one is to bring back a phasing plan to ensure we're bringing significant, substantial aspects of those land use changes into place over the next term in the next 4 years. And then the second part is asking staff to identify immediate actions to advance those land use changes in neighborhoods with declining populations, which I think lines up with a number of the equity goals within the Vancouver plan, as well as lines up with concerns we hear from families across the city every year about access to neighborhood schools. I think moving most quickly on these land use changes in neighborhoods with declining populations also creates more stability longer term for families being able to get into and stay in their neighborhood schools where there's already space in those schools. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you very much. And just for council's reference, this is on page 4, and it's both number 6 and number 7.
Yep.
Okay, great. We've got Councillor Reeb.
Yeah, mine through you to staff, and that is on, can you speak a little bit to the implementation timeline for land use planning, recognizing that I think there was a goal to make this a OCP within 2 years. So can you talk about what we see as the implementation timeline for land use planning?
And that's a point of information, Councillor Reeb?
Yes.
Okay.
I think given the limitations of our charter, we will have to report back on that. Our goal is to do that within 2 years so that we can align with regional planning. However, it very well may be that we will be needing to go forward with some charter changes to enable that to happen.
Okay, and then second question is, we've recognized a continued issue on delivering new land use changes to neighborhoods with declining populations, normally because they don't have the utilities that can handle the extra demand. How do we change that? How do we make sure that we can start to put more density in the neighborhoods that have good school capacity, good access to parks and others? Right. How do we kind of align that utility work with ensuring we can deliver on the second part here?
So yes, that's a great question. We of course align that work with our engineering department to understand which neighborhoods do have capacity and which neighborhoods lack capacity in terms of infrastructure, particularly sewer, but also BC Hydro is sometimes and often a problem. So we will be doing an analysis of that, the capacity of our infrastructure along with that, and we will advance those neighborhoods that do have capacity.
Okay, but is there work with the province that they can help deliver on utilities, BC Hydro, so we have the power and utilities ready so that we can meet the housing needs that we're hearing from different reports provincially and federally?
Yes, and we will also be looking to the province to help us with charter amendments so that we can find other land value captures to pay for some of this too.
Okay, thank you very much. I will be supportive of the amendment, and I appreciate the council bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I just have a point of information through you, Chair, if I might, to staff, just to better understand this.
Go ahead.
Okay, great, thank you. The first part is really with respects to just understanding kind of the difference between advancing in specific neighborhoods with declining populations relative to any impact on land values or otherwise. And I ask the question in the context is I know that when the prior council implemented, for example, duplexes across the city, the advice from staff, I believe at the time, was to do that citywide. When you're doing zoning changes for particular types of housing. So if we're aspiring, for example, to 4-story rental enabling or in every neighborhood in the city, what sort of impact would it have if you prioritize specific areas in terms of enabling bylaw changes that typically go citywide or in terms of land use or otherwise, other considerations there?
Yeah, that's a great question. We will need to look at that, not only if there's capacity, but also the uptake. Like how much new additional housing can we normally expect to see? And then we start to prioritize those areas because we don't want to overload the system for sure.
Okay, but would we see any impact with respect to land values if we say, okay, for example, we're moving this type of housing forward right now only in X area on the west side, for example, and not in another area of the city, to be more explicit?
Yep. Chris, do you want to help me with this question?
So if we did single family housing in an area on the west side, for example, versus an area in South Vancouver, just trying to understand the real impact.
Yeah, apologies. Can you just repeat that question quickly? Sorry about that.
Okay, I'm running out of time. My question was, are there impacts with respect to land values if we enable specific type of housing? Like we said, okay, we're going to target a particular single family RS zone on the west side, but not do it in East Vancouver or South Vancouver, for example.
Yeah, certainly. We would have to look at that. There is the potential for impact. And what we would always do when we start a new planning program is assess and put in a development cost expectation if needed.
Okay, so staff don't see this as precluding this language because it says identify immediate actions. I'm just trying to see if we've got the same language here, but to advance land use, but you're saying you'd have to identify that. So do you read this as prescriptive or is staff coming back with ramifications or implications?
So whenever we would start a more detailed, scaled down planning program, we would have to do an assessment of that right up front.
Okay, so just for clarification, then this language doesn't say explore, report back on the implications or have the goal of specific areas. It says direct staff to. So I'm explicitly asking for, what I'm hearing saying is you report back, but the amendment says do it. So that's what I'm looking for clarity on.
Did you want to? Yeah, so I think the wording is fine the way it is. We would, directing us to do immediate actions is something that is happening. As we get into those immediate actions is when we would have the assessments done and report back to staff, or to council, sorry.
Okay, so it's not a done deal. There'll still be reports back.
Yes, yeah,
okay.
Sorry.
And then on the timeline and this first clause, point of information follow-up, is that, again, just clarifying that we view this as aspirational, but not necessarily achievable given the fact that I think the staff feedback is that it depends on rezonings and a number of other pieces.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Fry, if you could take the chair, I just have a question to staff. Thank you very much. So my question is a point of information, and if you'll allow it, Vice Chair Fry, and that is in terms of in your expertise, and this is for Teresa O'Donnell or whoever, but I'm sort of looking for more big picture thinking here. When we put a plan in place that's 30 to 50 years, and we set direction to implement those land use changes within 4, what does council need to know about implications? And maybe Councillor Kirby-Young touched on one of those, which is around land values and setting some sort of control measures in order to manage that. It seems counterintuitive to a long-range plan to say it's a long-range plan and we want to implement it in 4 years. Can you just sort of offer your expertise around that?
Yes, that's a great question. The way I read this is that we would be creating an implementation plan within the next 4 years, but not that we would implement every single action, every single objective within the plan in 4 years. I don't think that would be possible. But I think certainly within the next 2 years, we could have a structured OCP that would prioritize our work plan, the city's goals and objectives over within 4 years. And of course, it's a living document. It will change. We'll bring it back and refresh it at least every 5 years, probably more than that, to align with the regional growth statement.
Okay, helpful. I want to sort of just make sure I can fully understand sort of the intent and the interpretation of staff when it comes to this amendment before supporting it. So I just have a quick follow-up. And it talks about, to your point, Teresa, that you just made, it does talk about substantial aspects of the Vancouver plan as part of what would be included in an implementation plan, substantial aspects of the plan that's come forward for phasing land use changes implemented over the next 4 years. So how I read that is substantial aspects of the plan are going to come back in a plan and then will be implemented in the next 4 years. Not a plan will be created in the next 4 years.
I see that interpretation, and yes, I hadn't read it that way originally. I think our idea right now is, of course, the multiplex will be able to bring back early in the spring. The neighborhood centers, those types of things, which are major pieces of the plan. Some of them will clearly take much, much longer than that. And of course, we'll present those to council. But I don't think we'll be ready to present everything to council in the next 4 years.
Yeah,
that's ambitious.
Okay.
You good?
Okay. Then I'll just continue and speak to it. I'm hearing two different things. I'm seeing what's written in this amendment, and I'm also hearing from staff that there isn't as much teeth to this amendment as maybe it could be interpreted, because it's going to take a lot longer than that to do. That's what a long-range plan actually is. So by supporting it, I'm not really sure what we're supporting at the end of the day. I fully support recognizing that we have declining populations in certain neighborhoods, but the integrity of the plan is that we hold up that it is a long-range plan. And so as somebody who comes from strategic planning in the private sector, it certainly does push up against sort of logic when it comes to, for me, when it comes to, are we endorsing a long-range plan, or are we making much shorter sort of changes on a much shorter timeline? And I think the public needs to be clear so that they can too believe in the plan as it's been presented, and not sort of expect that it's that it has been framed up as something that's much more in a long-range change, which we've been hearing a lot about. We have to remember, I think heard from 170 speakers, and we recognize that this wouldn't create those sweeping changes. It would be incremental change. And so I'm not too sure how I'm going to vote on this at this particular moment, but I just wanted to raise that as how I'm thinking about this amendment and its implications. So I'll leave it there for now. Thanks, Vice Chair Fry.
Go.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I think this, of course, this implementation conversation will be a conversation that the next council has a lot as well, but I think those are important questions. And so just wanted to speak to it to say, my sense is that developing a 30-year plan doesn't mean it takes us 30 years to land the land use changes within it, but that it takes 30 years to build out the kind of changes it proposes, but that those land use changes, which are up to us, we get moving on now, so that unlike the last plan, they really do hit the ground, and the ideas that are proposed in the plan start to become real for people to live in them. So I'm not saying in 4 years, can we build out the whole city to look as beautiful as the drawings in the Vancouver plan look? I'm saying, let's be ambitious about making sure that this lands in communities so people can start to see it and live in these communities, and the housing starts to get built. Let's be ambitious about landing those pieces on the ground. And then, of course, that phasing happens. Not everything happens all at once we've done those land use changes, but I think our piece of it, I'd like to see us move, as quickly as our staff are able to on that, so that it becomes real. Leave it there.
Thank you. And just with my last 5 seconds, if I can have Vice Chair, before I take over, just to say that I do appreciate Councillor Boyle's comments there. I will support the amendment in that case. I think it reads very differently than what I've heard to me, but a lot of what we do is left up to interpretation. So given that statement and staff's understanding of this, I am happy to support it. And I just want for the record it to be noted that that's how I look at this type of a plan and how we need to implement it in good faith is the integrity of a long-range plan. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for the grace of some time there to get between chairing and not chairing. Vice Chair Fry, that's all for me. Okay, see no one else in the queue, we can go to a vote. And that motion passes with none in opposition. Okay, Councillor Boyle, you have the floor and you have a second amendment.
I do, yes.
So I'm just going to move us back over to the amendment queue. No, there's a lot of, okay, go ahead.
Thanks. So this second amendment, my first amendment was around ambition and urgency in terms of implementation. This piece is about ambition in terms of the types of housing that we're building in neighborhoods across the city. We have heard a lot in recent policy debates and public hearings. Residents across the city speak about the desire to have Paris-like housing density or Amsterdam-like housing density across the city. What I sometimes think of as less tall and sprawl and more communities for all. I know that's cheesy because it rhymes, but this is proposing that we ask staff to look at and report back on. So study and give us more information on options for allowing more housing up to 4 stories of strata or 6 stories of rental or co-op in residential areas. We know from staff and staff's recommended language is included in here that the utility systems are different in different parts of the city, that to build this much more housing would require upgrades in a number of our systems. And so we would need to make sure that that is accounted for, as well as I have long advocated for. Appropriate land value capture mechanisms would need to be included too, so we're not seeing significant speculative values in land increases, and so that can go into deeper affordability, whether it's on site or in another form. So, of course, all of those important pieces need to be considered. But I thought, since, again, we have heard so often from residents who would rather us build missing middle and mid-rise housing rather than towers and single-family areas, that this was worth exploring in the context of a plan that's looking at the 30-plus year future of our city and the types of housing that we're building. And the last thing I'll say is I was glad to see Councillor Swanson's amendment to look at extending tenant protections across RS neighborhoods. I think that pairs importantly with this, and that having stronger tenant protections in what are currently single dwelling or duplex zones and allowing rental housing in those areas is actually a really important combination, stronger tenant protections and more affordable housing options together. So I'll leave it there for now. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Mayor Stewart.
Chair, I'll be supporting this because I think it sets the boundary of what we could do within the single attached home RS districts, essentially. So it would really, if staff found a way to do this and the next council agrees, it would essentially just get rid of RS zoning at some point. And so I don't know if that's a policy direction we'd want to go, but I certainly would like to have our absolutely super talented staff to put their minds to it and think, well, what would this look like? And it would really set the boundary of a consideration. So, you know, if you look at a range of how you think about policy change, you think about status quo being, you know, the easiest thing to do because it's already there. But this really takes us to the far edge of what we would allow landowners to do with their properties. So it's an exploration of choices for current property owners. And we have put some measures in place already that have been passed by council, for example, the making home options for a small number of, 2,000 homeowners across the city. But this to me would allow, I think, a proper exploration of the outside boundary of what might be included in Vancouver Plan. So I will support this.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to staff, I have a couple of questions. Thanks. Just following on, looking at the language around land value capture mechanisms, and we've had these conversations before at council. When you look at that, would you characterize that as a land value tax that would be added and embedded?
No, I would read that more as a, Chris, come on up. I would read that more as some kind of a DCL that would be applied to the units that are being upgraded.
Okay. I ask in the context this council received a memo a couple of years ago that talked about land value capture and specifically identified challenges with, and that we basically be levying an additional tax. And that not only that would be complex to administer. So that's why I'm getting at here is, and the other question to that is there an opportunity to incent that as opposed to imposing it through a regulatory framework? And I just literally came off of a conversation this morning talking with individuals who are interested in that model of more incenting, giving back, recognizing that their properties have gone up in value, but doing it on the basis of like more positive as opposed to negative, doing it instead of a regulatory framework.
I guess this could be implemented as a tax, but I don't think that would be our first. I don't think that would be the first mechanism we would go to. We would look kind of to our principle as growth pays for growth, right? And that it would be imposed on the properties that are coming forward for redevelopment, right?
Yeah, and I'll just add that the one thing we always want to ensure is that one-time and ongoing land value capture that we traditionally use through CACs is a one-time capture. The tax is an ongoing capture, and we're always cognizant of affecting the end user versus the vendor or the transactor.
And would we see this being applicable to all parcels, all properties, and all zoning areas of the city?
Well, so I guess the way I would interpret this is that it's affecting wherever we're speaking to the zoning that's being proposed or the revised zoning.
Okay. Maybe I'll ask if I have time still, Chair, as through you, a question to the mover of the amendment. I'm just curious if you, you noted different types of housing tenure. I didn't see non-market housing in there, and I was curious as to why.
So just put your mic on,
sorry.
Councillor Boyle.
Thank you. I only didn't include it because I had seen amendments that were looking at that all over the place anyway. So, and these particular heights, which are just asking staff to look at anyway, may not be viable for non-market and may be different. So I know that work is also happening and didn't think it needed to be repeated here, but of course think it's very important.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Point of information through you to staff also, if I might, Chair. And I'm just trying to understand if staff can speak to sort of the intersection between that and multiplexes, knowing that what we heard, I think, overwhelmingly in the Vancouver Plan public feedback was a desire for a different number of typologies and choices. So this would still enable multiplex or this, and then therefore it would be based on market demand in terms of what people want to live in, or would we end up foregoing multiplexes that some families might want because it would be more profitable to do 4 to 6 story? Like what's the interplay between those two? I'm trying to understand.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I think the intent behind this would be to create an option for these higher, taller forms of development, but to layer the financial incentives such that becomes a choice between something that you prefer to do a single lot, a multiplex, or it would be an equivalent financial trade-off to do 4-story, 6-story across multiple lots. And so we would intentionally structure it so that one does not, far outperform the other choice, and so that it actually becomes a meaningful choice.
Okay, so follow up on that. That was my question. Is we wouldn't necessarily, in recognizing, I think in speaking with different experts with respect to something like the 6-family lot, so on one, and I've heard a lot of feedback that it's not feasible. People won't do it if you add a land value capture. By the time they go through, they densify their lot, they have to go through construction, et cetera. But what I'm hearing then is that the implications of a land value capture or a fee strategy would not necessarily prioritize one over the other or disadvantage one over the other. Is that what I'm hearing?
That is precisely what you're hearing, yes.
Okay, so staff would do that interplay on that work.
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I was also just going to respond to the question about land value capture mechanisms to say, as I understand it, staff have a range of those tools, and that would be the report back. We capture land value through DCLs, through DCEs, through CACs, that we have a whole suite of those tools that would be our first go before we go to the province and ask for a change to the charter for a broader land value. That's the intention, is to balance out those financial tools there for now.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, we're going to go to a vote. And that motion passes with none in opposition. Councillor Boyle, you have the floor.
I will leave it there for now and save some closing comments for the end. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I've submitted one amendment.
Okay, we'll take us to an amendment queue, and I'll just pop you back on the list. Go ahead.
Perfect. And my amendment is to speak about creating a well-being framework that is co-created with our local First Nations, but also centered around First Nation concepts of well-being from the BC Assembly of First Nations, so that we can all live happy, fulfilled lives in Vancouver. This is a growing concept happening around the world, and the provincial government here in Vancouver has been working on creating a well-being framework, as well as looking at happiness indexes that we're seeing through the UN and other cities, countries, and municipalities across the world. And the second part is what we're really looking at is redefining measures of economic success beyond GDP, which is something our Economic Commission is looking forward to moving forward, and that we put a just transition lens to that work. And this work has gone through staff and have incorporated all the wording.
And this is on page 8 and it's item number 14.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I think it's really important that we put a generational lens to this work. I really appreciate so much in this plan, and I think that really moving it forward with this context, seeing what Nanaimo and other cities are doing, is really integral to us changing the way we build our cities to make sure that it is people-centric and that everything we do is for the well-being of every citizen. And so I know this council has supported well-being budgets and community safety frameworks and other stuff that I brought forward, and I think this is an important element to have as part of the plan.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I'm very happy to support this amendment. Often we think about city plans and citywide plans as, zoning and what kind of buildings and development and streets, etc. But really the core of a plan is, are we creating a city where people will be happier, more fulfilled, healthier? So I am very supportive of including measures around well-being in this plan.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr, and we can go to a vote. And that motion passes with none in opposition. Councillor Wiebe?
That's all my amendments. I'll close after. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I've submitted 2 amendments.
I'll take us to an amendment queue. We'll just put you back on the queue. Go ahead.
One's kind of working with Councillor Swanson, but we'll do the one from me first. Look, you intuitively pulled that one up and figured out that's what I'd like. Thank you.
So is this the right amendment? No.
This is the correct, nope, this is,
okay.
no, yeah.
Perfect. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Clerks intuitively knew this is where I was going with things. I want to thank staff and in particular Donnie Wong on our planning staff for kind of some of the input and help to get this one right. We heard, from a number of folks who spoke about, the importance of neighborhoods and what neighborhood identities are. And I think it's important to recognize that people do live in neighborhoods and communities, geographic communities that they find resonates with them, and they have things that are important to them in that context. And I do also, at the same time, recognize that, and this is where I really appreciate Donnie's help, because I do recognize that neighborhoods are many things to many people, and they can also certainly have complexities, and certainly there's this narrative that suggests that some neighborhood associations might have a veto or something of that nature, and that's not the intent here. I think the notion is it's not a matter of if we're choosing density, it's how, and how we do this new development of our cities. And I had a really interesting conversation with a Filipino gentleman on the weekend, and he's really stressed out about the development around Joyce Station, and we've talked about it many times here at this table, and the Filipino identity that is in that neighborhood, and the changes that are happening, and frankly, the changes in housing form that he felt don't recognize the nature of extended Filipino families and loss of places like Plaza Filipino and cultural identity places that won't be found elsewhere. And I think it really drove home the importance of what neighborhoods can be and how we can work to sort of anticipate and incorporate some of those kind of needs of us to congregate in places that we feel at home. So the amendment reads as follows, because I got enough time to read it. As part of a plan implementation and future area planning, acknowledge the unique identity of Vancouver's distinct neighborhoods and recognize the existing conditions unique to each area, including important shops and services, key public spaces, social and cultural amenities, tangible and intangible heritage features, important buildings and landscape features, as well as the overall strategies articulated in the Vancouver plan. So this is really just part of our implementation strategy to really make sure that we can recognize those spaces that matter to our communities. That's it for that amendment. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I'm happy to provide a comment, not seeing anyone else on the queue, so if you don't mind taking the chair. Councillor Fry.
You, Chair.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate this amendment. I think that we heard loud and clear from the speakers that there was this concern that neighborhood, the high streets, the character, the nuance, the identity of each neighborhood across our city, and each meaning countless neighborhoods across our city that have grown over many decades to become what they are today would be eclipsed by this plan. And I think this amendment provides language and reassurance for those with an open mind that perhaps it won't. And by prioritizing that for us as council to prioritize this and put this into the plan is extremely important. I think it's thoughtful. I really do appreciate Councillor Fry bringing this forward. And I feel particularly affectionate towards this amendment, having lived in so many communities in the city of Vancouver. And again, being a young single mom, we moved a lot for a short period of time. Thankfully, we eventually did settle for 14 years in one place, just in case anyone feels really bad for my kids. But the reality is we lived in Kitts, we lived in South Granville, I lived in Kerrisdale, I lived off the drive,
I've lived near Trout Lake, right now live in Chinatown. And I've had the benefit, based on life circumstance, to be able to experience so many communities. And every time we did, we just immersed ourselves in that community. We figured out where those shops were. We went to the local grocery stores. We walked everywhere that we could to like I say, immerse ourselves in these communities, in these neighborhoods, and make them part of our everyday life. So and it meant a lot. So with a lot of moving around, it did actually give us a sense of home almost immediately when we made those commitments to go and get to know what each neighborhood had to offer families and neighbors, and conversations were different, um, and priorities sort of varied, and the opportunities were also extremely variable. So I think that this is a really important part of this plan, that this council can sort of wrap their arms around and recognize that there's no that we're not endorsing sweeping changes in the city that are going to take what makes Vancouver away. This came up in other planning discussions that we've had at council, and I feel really, really passionate and excited about this piece of the plan and being added in and particularly named, so that we can, with confidence, speak to the public about all of the things that they love in their neighborhoods and their communities, and give them the confidence that we're going to make decisions that support the pieces that are amazing about our neighborhoods remain, and also ensure that more people can experience those wonderful aspects of the different communities in Vancouver. So bit of a speech, but as you can see, I'm very passionate based on lived experience, so I'm very happy to support. Thank you, Councillor Fry. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Weed.
Yeah, I agree. This is something we heard from a lot of the public throughout the process, was them not seeing their neighborhood identified in the plan and not understanding how the urban planning and large-scale urban renewal would affect their community. So I think this is a really integral component of how we move forward with the plan, recognizing the importance of the neighborhoods. And it does talk in the community plan work here and in the Vancouver plan that we're going to build complete communities, and we're going to build those on the places we love in our communities. And that's how we're going to move forward, because I think it is important that when you do build a complete community, you need to know what you're building on. And some of the foundations in our neighborhoods have really strong community places that are holding those communities together in a way that I think we sometimes overlook the complexity. We oversimplify the human lives and diverse communities we do have. And so I think this is really important. And I know we talked about it when I was in the Mount Pleasant BIA, that we wanted people, when they came out of that SkyTrain station, that they knew they were in Mount Pleasant. And that when they got out of each SkyTrain station, we should be able to build each station so they felt different, they looked different, because there is a uniqueness that draws people to their neighborhood. And that can't be lost as we do large-scale urban renewal, as something as such a big as the Vancouver plan. So I think this is really important to try to kind of identify what are some of the neighborhood characteristics that can be incorporated across the neighborhoods, and what are the places that are really important and are kind of the heart and soul of each one of these neighborhoods. So really appreciate this work coming forward. I look forward to getting the community involved in what this looks like, because I think it could be really interesting. And I think there's places in Vancouver that we don't even know about that are really special to people that we need to make sure we keep and find ways to embrace and enhance. And that was one of my favorite parts of the Vancouver plan so far, was that planning session meeting we had where you chose your one little place and everyone in the neighborhood got to do it with you. And I think those type of workshops were really powerful in connecting community to place. And I think placemaking is a big part of a citywide plan. So thanks, Councillor Fry, for bringing this forward.
Thanks, Councillor Weed. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, that was my favorite part too, that favorite workshop. I loved going through the lists and deciding what were the things you loved, what you loved the best, what you want to share, you want to, keep in the plan and keep in your neighborhood, what you want more of, what in other parts of the city do you like the best. I mean, that was exciting. And I think that, not to be redundant to what Councillor Weeb said, this plan is rooted. Even though it doesn't have that map of neighborhoods, and, maybe could have, it might have saved a lot of grief amongst people, but there's everything in this plan acknowledging the unique and cherished elements of our city, and to build on them, not to erase them, not to ignore them, but to build on them and enhance them, because there are still some things missing in neighborhoods, including, as we heard loud and clear, a variety of forms of housing, so that more people could choose to live in the cherished neighborhood of their choice. Yeah, thanks for this amendment. I think it's a really strong one. Councillor Fry.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I will also support, and just wanted to echo again what I heard Councillor Fry say as well, which is my big interest in this amendment is particularly in how we are supporting diverse cultural communities that and the intangible cultural heritage that exists in neighborhoods around the city. I too have worked closely with communities around Joyce Street, concerned about displacement of some really key shops and restaurants there. We have all heard the important work that's happening around the Punjabi market. There's large parts of Kingsway, similarly, that have really important intangible cultural heritage that we should recognize as the city continues to welcome more residents and see change. And so I think those are the pieces that are most important to me in this, and that line up well with the equity lens of the Vancouver plan, and that to some degree is work that staff have already been directed to do, but I appreciate and can support naming it particularly in this way in the plan, and so we'll support it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. We can go to a vote. Thank you, clerks. And that motion passes with none in opposition. Thank you very much, Council. We're just up against the hour here, but maybe one or two more amendments.
I've got one more amendment.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we'll move to an amendment queue. Councillor Fry, and go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Now, this is a late amendment, so it's not in your spreadsheet here. And this is, I'm sort of submitting in consultation and work collaboration with Councillor Swanson. We're both liaisons on the City of Vancouver's Renter Advisory Committee. And I would like to take a moment to acknowledge their efforts and their volunteerism. And on that note, all the advisory committees who have, put in a lot of time and effort to make our city a great place. And they do this, it's a big commitment and it's a big volunteer effort. So the Renters Advisory Committee, now they had plenty of opportunity to weigh in on the plan and the various draft iterations, but for whatever reason, their comments and in fact a formal resolution did not come through until July the 20th. So not a lot of time for input, obviously, and for us to form, thoughtful amendments that might reflect that. So after discussion with Councillor Swanson, we determined that we would move forward with this amendment, which is that Council direct staff to receive for information, as resolved by the City of Vancouver's Renter Advisory Committee, the attached motion to recommend that Mayor and Council amend, improve, and adopt the Vancouver Plan. This is their resolution. For consideration in the implementation scope of work for the Vancouver Plan generally is attached to an Appendix C. So that's just the boilerplate. The RAC motion is submitted here for, Council would have received this a couple of days ago. It's fairly lengthy. I'm not going to get into reading it, but it does give an opportunity, and many of it's already incorporated into the plan, but just out of respect for the work that this volunteer committee's done and the submission, I enter it here for us to allow staff to consider it as part of their amendment and receive for information, or as part of their implementation plan, receiving it for information. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Not seeing anybody on the, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to express appreciation to the Renters Committee for their passion throughout this entire process. They've been really actively engaged participants and appreciate the work. There's a lot of sort of detailed, comprehensive, specific pieces in here. I'm particularly appreciative of request mayor and council, and I quote, to direct staff to perform financial feasibility testing on vacancy control to determine its impact on rental supply. I think that is a kind of integral question. We spoke about that balance or the tension between objectives earlier. So that's information I think I'd really like to have to help guide council decisions. So I'll signal that one so that we're actually have some, hopefully some sort of third-party data or analysis that can support decisions that council are making, because oftentimes I think we have a lot of aspirations in some of these council motions, but we don't necessarily know what the impacts are. So I'm a huge fan of sort of data-driven decisions, and I think that's a big piece. Also a huge fan of looking at some of the pieces like allowing corner stores in areas across the city, and council's done some work on supporting that in terms of removing the grandfather clause so you could have new ones. But then there's also some more work to be done in terms of the economics of how to create the right conditions to support that, for example, so that people can, you know, walk in their neighborhood, say hi to their neighbors and pick up bread or milk or whatever it is that they need to get. So I think this is a good way, because it's such a comprehensive feedback from the Renters Advisory Committee, for staff to take those pieces. And I'm just appreciative of the work they put into it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Young. So that takes us over to a vote on this amendment by Councillor Fry. And clerks, we will be voting. I think Councillor Wee was absent for this vote. Thank you. And that motion passes with none in opposition. Okay, thank you very much. So we'll keep going and we'll see how far we get.
Sure. That's it for me. I'm going to come back on for closing comments. Although I do see the General Manager of Planning stepping to the mic. I'm not sure if that's an indication that they wanted to say something, and I would...
Nope, I was just getting ready to look.
Oh, okay.
Next amendment. Yeah,
I'll
fair
come
enough.
back on.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. We'll leave that there and we'll move on to Councillor DiGenova. Do we have Councillor DiGenova? Okay. I'm actually going to advance Councillor Dominato. I'm going to cede my time for the moment. And
thanks, Chair. If the clerk could just break up my amendment. Sorry.
Great. So we have an amendment. We'll move to an amendment queue. And go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Speaking to this amendment, I've worked with staff on wording, and it's to direct staff and report back on the development of a heritage values map of the city's neighborhoods that will serve as a basis for a historic context statement of the Vancouver Plan to ensure the city's heritage, both tangible and intangible, is recognized, rejuvenated, and sustained. This was really rooted in listening to Laura Seimoto, who came and spoke and who's here today, and her comments about the soul rebar of the city, and really appreciated that reference. And we've talked often here about heritage, and often we talk about it in the context of physical assets. We talk about heritage in terms of buildings and neighborhoods, but I think we all know and recognize that it's far more than that. There's the intangible aspect of whether it be communities, practices, culture, language, and the attempt here at developing a heritage values map is to really reflect the diversity of our city, the ethnocultural aspects of our city, including not only different communities we've referenced today, the Filipino community, the Chinese community, Japanese community, Black community, but also the Indigenous communities. Often they've come and spoken to council and talked about where the villages were before the white man came. And so there's I think, a real opportunity here to undertake this mapping so that we are truly representing the history of our city. And that has been my, since I got elected to council, I've been talking about this, about how often I walk through the city and I do not see the heritage of our city reflected in our both on the physical side. In our streets, we have commemorations. We've mentioned the Punjabi market, but there's a lack of visibility physically at our city. And so my hope is that council will support this. And I think there's an opportunity through the Vancouver Heritage Foundation to work collaboratively so that this is not simply shouldered by our staff. I think that there's strength through collaboration and partnership. So that is the basis of the amendment that I'm putting forward for council to consider.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato.
And this is on page 8, item number 15.
Thank you very much for that clarity. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to see this amendment come forward. I don't know if you remember, Council, that during the Broadway plan, I put a motion forward to ensure that the history, the values, and the language of Indigenous peoples was incorporated into the Broadway plan area. And I contemplated putting a similar motion forward to this, except I found that language in the plan. So it's already captured in there to do that. Just wanted to make sure everybody knew that it is. And I think that meshes really well, the language that is in the plan with what Councillor Dominato is suggesting here. I mean, a sort of a heritage values map. And I also agree. I think people love to see, as they walk around a city, examples of that heritage for them to understand. So, we've all traveled. So you look at the signage, you look at anything, art and the architecture and things that explain why a city is the way it is and the unique characteristics. So I'm super happy to see that.
Thank you very much. And I'll just note that we are 3 minutes to 12. I don't want to cut off debate. We can extend if we need to. Councillor Boyle.
I'll be really quick just to again say I think this work, particularly around intangible cultural heritage, is both exciting and important. And I look forward, and named in a number of places in the plan. And this calls that out well in a good and supportive way. And so I'm happy to support it.
Great, thank you very much. I believe that we can go to a vote. Okay, great. Thank you. That motion passes with none in opposition. So, Council, I think that we will now pause and take a break, and we'll maintain the queue as it is. Councillor Dominato, you still have the floor.
I have nothing further at this time.
So
I'll comment later.
Great, thank you very much. So we'll leave it there, and we'll be back at 1 p.m. Thanks, Council and staff. Have a good lunch. A counselor who's virtually joined the meeting, if you can have your video on. Those who do not have it on already, of course. Okay, so we will reconvene this meeting after our lunch break and continue on with our only item on the agenda today, the Vancouver Plan. And Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Thank you. I do have an amendment to table.
Okay, we'll go to an amendment queue and I'll just add you to the queue. And please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So my amendment again looks at the prioritization of the work that we have to do in the Vancouver Plan. We know it's a long rollout, but what we also know is we have a short timeline in order to make really decisive action to to combat the climate emergency. And so my motion is directing staff in order to achieve the climate emergency plan goals, not currently on track, I think everybody knows that, to reduce our emissions by 50% by 2030 and be a net zero carbon city by 2050. It is a report back asking staff to explore and then report back to us on accelerated and additional measures in the implementation and phasing plan that most deeply reduce carbon emissions, including things like expanding active transportation and transit, reallocating a minimum of 11% of our streets for non-car neighborhood amenities, zoning for a range of higher density affordable housing options with access to transit, low construction materials, restoring natural ecosystems, increasing green space and the citywide tree canopy, and developing those 5-minute walkable complete communities citywide. Now, all of that can't happen on an immediate basis. It is about prioritizing those measures to see which ones will get us the biggest bang for the buck in order to get our GHGs down in line with the goals that we must set for ourselves and the residents of this city to combat climate.
That's right. And Council, we are on page 5, item number 8.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any councillors on the queue. I think we'll just take it straight to a vote. Are you trying to get on the queue, Councillor Weeb? Okay, go ahead.
My question through to you to staff. There's some really amazing things in here, including tree canopy, increased green space. For tree canopy, recognizing that was part of our Greenest City Action Plan goals and that we had yearly report backs, can you talk a little bit about how those type of metrics are going to be kind of presented to council and to the public? Is it going to be a yearly thing with Vancouver Plan so that we can get updates on not only how much they're reducing the GHGs, but where we're at in all these goals of restoring natural ecosystems and 11% street space?
Councillor Doug Smith, Director of Sustainability. As part of Vancouver Plan, and specifically underneath the ecological strategy that's highlighted there, we would put together basically an action plan that would include annual report back on all of the associated metrics, which would absolutely include tree canopy and other ecological service metrics that we would identify.
Okay, and I saw in the report it does talk about us moving forward with an environmental plan. Can you talk a little bit about where that aligns with the work of the Vancouver Plan?
Yeah, so again, underneath the ecological strategy, that would be where the main focus of so there's the kind of two halves to the environmental plan. There's the climate emergency action plan and the ecological strategy, and those two together would make up the city's basically overall environmental plan.
Okay, thank you very much. I will be speaking in support for this. I think it is critical that we change the way to make generational thinking in developing the city of Vancouver. I think there's some amazing stuff in this book. The ecological strategy in here is fantastic. The Greenway plan is great. The repurposing street space, and I think that's really kind of highlighted as making that a priority as we design our city of the future. So thank you so much. I will be supportive.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. I think we can go to a vote. And I'll just note, and Councillor Kirby, oh, okay. Okay, great. So that motion does pass with no one in opposition. Okay. Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'll go on the list later
Okay.
for ending. Thank you.
Okay, so Vice Chair Fry, I will need you to take over chairing, please.
Sure thing. And if we can advance the queue, Councillor Bly.
I'll just ask the clerks to help Councillor Fry, our chair. Yes, I'll ask the clerks to help manage the process here.
There we go.
So I do have an amendment I'd like to move.
Sure, clerks, if we could move over to an amendment queue, please. Over to you, Councillor Bly.
And right, so the amendment that I'd like to move first, I have two, this is the first one, is related to actually a bylaw that I had been looking at in this in Montreal, and Montreal has a goal of enabling 60,000 below market units across the city. And of course, within this term, which is relatively new term, I think they're a year into it. And what they have explored and implemented is a right of first refusal bylaw. And the reason I'm moving this motion is because it struck me in a number of discussions that we've had around development and enabling types of housing, that there is an opportunity to strategically identify land across the city of Vancouver that if the city of Vancouver owned that land, we could better enable an outcome of a certain type of housing that we feel is critical to the needs that we have in our city, and particularly around, and what's spoken to in the plan is around increasing housing typology for family, below market, co-op, which of course is all better enabled if we actually have control over the land first. And we can do that near schools, near community centers, near parks, so that we have the opportunity to really build out that 15-minute city that we talk about in the context of the Vancouver plan, close to transit and things like that. So right now, what we see is development coming forward, and it really is left up to chance in the sense of what comes forward and where it is. And this will just give us perhaps one possible tool to be able to drive a little bit more of the Vancouver plan by looking at land ownership. And so it's at market. We wouldn't be looking for. My intention behind this amendment is not that we would be looking for any reduced land costs. It would be at market. It would just give us an opportunity to be first in line to consider that. So this is simply just to direct staff to explore the possibility. It's called, it's named as a preemptive right bylaw, also known as right of first refusal. And I think I'll leave it there. I see people in the queue. So.
And Council, we are on page 6, item number 10.
Thank you, Councillor Bly, and thank you, Teresa, for highlighting the spreadsheet. Councillor Swanson to the amendment.
Yeah, thanks for putting it forward. I think it's a good amendment. I do want to say that and also I think that a lot of the nonprofits will appreciate this. I know they've been calling on governments to buy existing apartment buildings, which I think would be a great idea. The downside of it is that you have to have the money to do the purchasing, which is hard for cities to get. And in my opinion, it would be way cheaper to promote affordability if we just had vacancy control so that landlords couldn't raise rents as much as they like when a tenant leaves. That we could preserve a lot more housing and a lot more affordability at a lot smaller cost than if we had to actually buy the land or the buildings and build the social housing. We could save billions with vacancy control. That being said, I think we do need to acquire more land, and it would be good if we could acquire some buildings if we get the money for it. So I'll definitely vote for this.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Carr to the amendment.
I will also be supporting this. I am familiar with the situation in Montreal, but also many cities in Europe have this same initiative, and it really has helped them in terms of creating a much more affordable supply of housing within their cities. And who knows? I mean, we're seeing or we're hearing from the provincial government news that if the current candidate for leadership of the NDP and and premiership, Evie is as focused on housing as he's certainly talking about it now. There may be support and partnerships that can enable this kind of plan to go forward.
Councillor Boyle to the amendment.
I'm also very happy to support. I know this idea has been talked about in a number of ways, and I think it's great to add it to the Vancouver plan. And as Councillor Carr said, having provincial support will be helpful because, of course, this costs money, and if we want to, I think it would be important for us to look at ourselves too, but that's going to add a cost, and so a conversation we should be having at budget time, and also look forward to hopefully provincial support to be moving forward more quickly in partnership with senior governments and nonprofits in making this happen.
Great. Seeing no further comments or questions, clerks, if we could move to a voting queue. Right. Clerks, I'll defer to you to let me know how that vote goes. And that is approved with none in opposition. Back to you, Councillor Bly, for sorry, is there
Marked as absent, but I'm
oh apologies for that. Clerk?
The mayor could just confirm how he'd like to vote. We can correct the record.
thank you. Yes. Affirmative. Yep.
Right, let the record show the mayor voted in affirmative on that. Okay. Councillor Bly, I believe you have an additional amendment.
Yes, thanks very much. I do. So
If we
I'll
could move to a new amendment queue, please, clerks.
Thank you.
With Councillor Bly.
Okay, so thank you very much. So this second amendment is asking staff to consider approaches to improving livability in multifamily housing, including new requirements for minimum unit sizes and updates to the high density housing for families and children guidelines, and then to report back with strategies and implications to council as an early action through the implementation of the Vancouver plan.
Councillor, we are on page 3, item number 5.
Thank you both.
And I'm moving, just noting that my time is continuing from the previous amendment, but I won't take long at all. Just to state that I am very supportive of enabling flexibility around design in terms of being able to maximize FSR to enable the most amount of units possible while maintaining livability. And livability can mean different things to different people. And what we've seen, and what I've been noticing throughout this term is looking at unit size when we get individual applications coming forward. And I think there's quite a variation between studio to 1 bedroom, what we call livable for families in a 2-bedroom versus 3-bedroom. And so I think this is an opportunity at the end of the day to level set what this plan could enable in terms of baseline expectations around livability and unit size, and to have our staff who are very well tooled up to go and do this work and come back to council so that we can just better understand what are we talking about when we talk about unit size, what is livable. I'll just note that I very much support what we're seeing coming forward in purpose-built rental right now around having very flexible living spaces, amenity spaces, shared spaces, outdoor courtyards, barbecues, lots of space that can be shared and used by all that are living in the building if they have family over or friends over. They're able to gather in spaces that are not necessarily within their own living quarters, and have had the benefit through where my daughter lives to experience that flexibility, community, all of those things that can happen. So I just want to sort of reiterate that I think there's a lot of positives. I just think we need to better understand what are some of the impacts, how should we be measuring livability against unit size, and what that can look like in a broad scale planning exercise like the Vancouver plan is. So I'll leave it there.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Carr to the amendment.
Sorry, if I can just go on the list again, I was just distracted by.
Councillor Kirby-Young to the amendment.
Yeah, thanks. Can I ask a point of information through you, Chair, to staff?
Sure thing.
Thank you. I really appreciate this amendment because we hear a lot of feedback about how small units are getting now. I'm wondering if staff, just in terms of having council having a sense of what staff think the kind of the key drivers are and where this analysis might go, just in terms of what that work is this going to kind of end up being a trade-off of an evaluation between cost and size? Because logically, as minimum sizes go up, therefore units could be more expensive. Or are there any other opportunities to try to mitigate against the increase in sort of total size of units, right?
Right. Yeah, we'll look at all of that. And I think, as Councilor Baez mentioned, we see such a wide variation. We see unit sizes from very small for strata to actually really great unit layouts and sizes for projects that go through BC Housing. And we know there's a misalignment. We know there's not consistency. And that's been on Dan and Edna's work plan for a while now. So have that accelerated through the plan, I think is a great idea. And do you want to talk to the affordability?
Can I ask one quick follow-up on that? And you can maybe fold it into the answer. And that is, would we potentially end up with a situation then that we would recognize, it's good to kind of have an understanding of where it's going, where we would recognize different minimum unit sizes based on the typologies of housing, potentially? Because a lot of our discussion around small unit sizes are in rental buildings, for example. I know Councillor Baez referencing multifamilies. I'm just trying to bring this to life a little bit in terms of what it would look like.
I think that is true. And you look at sort of missing middle forms or the plex work where we might want to really focus on family sizes versus other types of housing. So I think we would be able to get that nuanced as to what would be appropriate, what works financially. And then also the interplay between the design of the interiors of the building and the design of the exterior of the building, what the sort of form of development has to be to accommodate the livable units. So we can work through that.
Okay, that's really helpful to clarify. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And Councillor Carr to the amendment.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a couple of points that I wanted to make. One of certainly that we've been hearing from people who are concerned, especially as older apartments are being replaced by some new ones, and so the older apartments were larger, and you know, I really get that. Also, you know, I really think that we have learned something from the COVID intense 2.5 years where people were working out of home and the stresses that the smaller apartments have placed on families. I mean, I know for myself, you know, when I took meetings from home, my husband had to be in the bathroom or the bedroom because we didn't have a second bedroom or an office. I mean, I'm talking about the in-camera meetings, of course. But, you know, it can be incredibly stressful. I just want to know if staff have contemplated the idea, and if this motion, maybe to hear from the mover, this amendment contemplates the fact that it might not be necessarily in unit size. Having just been to Europe and seeing very different kinds of multifamily areas, the units were small, but the inner courtyard shared space was phenomenal. So people had the chance to get out. There were, you know, play areas, little outside greenhouse-like covered areas for the meetings and picnics and larger family gatherings for people. So, you know, there are some other solutions here, and I'm wondering if either the mover or staff have contemplated that.
Well, I can certainly comment as a mover of the amendment, and in my introductory comment to the amendment, noting that very example that you shared in terms of not restricting this to unit size. Livability does also mean shared amenity spaces and what that can look like, but making sure that the amendment or the work that staff brings back can help us understand how to link the two together. So what would that unit size, if whatever those amenities could look like in the bigger plan of whatever that multi-dwelling development could look like. So just getting more clarity. So that's the intent. I don't know if staff want to.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely agree. And even the orientation, solar access, you know, some of these smaller strata units that don't have any cross ventilation, they're just They're insufferably hot this time of year. So even looking at those types of things, it improve the livability of the unit, not just the minimum unit size.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I certainly intend to support.
Great, thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, clerks, if we could move to a vote. And that passes with none in opposition. Chair Bly, back to you.
Thank you very much. I will cede my time and advance Councillor Hardwick.
Sorry, I have an amendment that I have sent into the clerk.
Okay, we'll go to an amendment queue. Councillor Hardwick, thank you, and you are welcome to introduce your amendment.
Thanks very much. So as some will know, I have been the city's rep on the Heritage Commission and the Heritage Foundation, among other groups. And one of the key things that of course, we've recognized is that we have had a substantial loss of heritage across the city. Books like Vanishing Vancouver have been written about this. So there remains a concern about buildings that are listed on the Heritage Register, that they are still vulnerable to demolition unless they're protected on title. So what this amendment is designed to say is that properties listed on the Heritage Register are to be exempt from upzoning under the Vancouver Plan in order to avoid incentivizing demolition of heritage listed properties. And instead, staff are directed to encourage heritage properties to be developed through a heritage revitalization agreement, or HRA, or other heritage programs that allow increases of development through retention options. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Fry, to the amendment.
Yeah, thank you. Chair, I'm wondering if I can ask a question of the mover through you. I'm just trying to go through these various iterations. Is this version is not reflective of the comments we received back from law on a suggested alternative, or is it?
No, this is separate. This is not in your spreadsheet.
No. I see. Sorry, Councillor Hardwick. Just to clarify, I see an email from the city manager reflecting that law has identified a concern in the language, and actually, as I read it, this is not correct. So, the law has identified a concern in the language that fetters the future council from upzoning any building on the Heritage Register as proposed. This would mean a blanket exemption, and then they suggested an alternative. I'm wondering.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that come in. Okay. All right. Then what would be the process, Chair, for me to replace this amendment with the refined one that has come from staff?
Let me just, since this has been moved, probably what's simplest is if you were just to rescind this motion with unanimous support from council and then resubmit your amendment would be the cleanest way to do that.
Alternatively, I see that Councillor Carr has submitted a strike and replace.
That is also, yep, that works as well.
Which I would be fine with.
Okay, so we'll just pause there because we do have other people in the queue, and Councillor Carr would need to go in the queue to do that. So, Councillor Fry, do you have any other comments?
No, I'll step off now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I have a question through you to staff, if you'll allow it. And I'm going to assume this is sort of broadly on the idea, assuming we use the actually in order language, which is I'm wondering if you can remind council, first of all, how many buildings this might apply to?
Thank you for the question. I'll ask Zlatan to come up, but this is the first staff is seeing this, so we haven't had a chance to really assess it or the impact. And Zlatan can answer your specific question, but this would appear to be something that would be more appropriate in the heritage policies rather than the Vancouver plan.
Okay.
Teresa, Zlatan Jankovic, Senior Heritage Planner. There are 2,250 properties on the register. So these are considered heritage. 2,270 maybe.
Okay.
Out of that, 500 or 600 are, I believe, designated, legally protected.
Sorry, 500 or 600?
I think they're designated, but these are already protected. So maybe 25% of it.
Okay. I know staff just got this, so we're all trying to figure out what the impact would be, but maybe you can help me understand what impact this amendment might have. I mean, are those buildings very likely to be redeveloped anyway?
Heritage properties are subject to redevelopment at a similar rate as any other property. However, when they come to the city with, as a part of development permit application, we always negotiate retention levels through the offering of the heritage revitalization agreement or designation approach. So there's always a set of bonuses that may be available in exchange for designating that property, for legally protecting the property. So these are the mechanisms that we have put in place. They're already functioning.
Okay, so the amendment says that staff would be directed to encourage heritage properties to be developed through a heritage revitalization agreement. Do we do that already?
We do that.
Okay, so so again, sorry, I know you're just reading this now. Is there anything in here that would be different from what we currently do?
Well, the language that's concern to me, and law can certainly jump in, is that properties listed on the heritage register should generally not be subject to upzoning.
Okay.
So I don't really understand what that means, and law can certainly weigh in. But my question would be whether if someone came in for an application on a site that had a heritage property on it, is that site allowed to be upzoned, or does this preclude a zoning application on a site that includes a heritage building?
Okay, and the upzone is often in partnership with a heritage revitalization agreement, what allows the revitalization of the heritage portion of the property by adding something to it?
Right, like the proposal that we saw by Mr. Stovall yesterday on the Mac Low building.
Yeah, that would be under rezoning scenario. Redevelopment under rezoning scenario is always, it's a bigger magnitude of a change.
Okay.
With heritage revitalization agreement, the heritage revitalization agreement is a tool. It's not a program, and that tool allows heritage conservation in exchange for some incentives, but it's a minor compared to the rezoning scenario redevelopments.
So could this mean that we actually have fewer buildings go through the heritage revitalization process and instead kind of start to fall apart without upkeep because we're not allowing appropriate incentives to keep them in?
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and Dan just reminded me that most of our SROs do occur in historic buildings, so that might have a significant influence on those.
Okay, I'm close to time, so I'm just going to say, you know, it sounds like the intention of this we mostly do. I am largely concerned when we started this plan weeks and weeks ago, and all the other amendments have been sent in with time for staff to give us a thorough analysis of their impact, that we don't have that here, and I'm worried about the consequences we may not understand, so I won't be supporting this in its current or an updated form.
Point of order, Chair.
A point of order? Yes, go ahead, Mayor.
Under 8.7, it says that I'd ask for a ruling on whether or not the Councillor Hardwick's amendment is lawful.
Okay. Council, I will we'll take a 3-minute recess to address the mayor's point of order. So under 8.7B of the procedure bylaw, it states that a council cannot fetter a future council based on those decisions, and so it is deemed not lawful. So this amendment is out of order. So what that means is it is out of order, ruled out of order. We'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Hardwick, you have the floor.
Pass.
Okay. So seeing no other councillors on the queue, this is it. Okay, so we're going to go with Councillor Fry up first. So speaking to the amended Vancouver plan in its entirety. Oh, I see. So just pausing for one moment. Thank you. Yeah, so maybe we will do that. We will prepare the final amended version of the report and circulate that to council. In the meantime, perhaps we can open it up to closing remarks.
Yeah, sure, and I'm happy to do so. It's been a lot of work that's gone into this work, and a lot of contributions from Vancouverites in all sorts of different sectors, and I certainly want to acknowledge a lot of the hard work that has gone in from our staff. I want to also name Gil Kelly for helping to really drive a lot of the impetus behind this and get the ball rolling, and then of course Teresa O'Donnell and her team for picking up the ball and keep running with it. I know I'm mixing metaphors because it was a rolling ball and now they've picked it up and they're running with it, but you get the gist. I think this is a tremendous opportunity, and I appreciate all the thoughtful amendments that we brought as a council to this last little bit to sort of keep moving the ball forward. Obviously, this is not a closed book, and I think as I referenced in the very beginning of this Vancouver Plan conversation, that it's like going to see a dentist. It's not once and done. It's regular checkups. So there'll be lots of opportunities to evolve this and plan and work on responsive reactions to how our city's changing and growing. And of course, as we're all acutely aware, things like climate change that have really profound effects on not just our local region, but geopolitically across the globe that can lead to population increases, climate migration, climate refugees, all that kind of thing. So in all, I'm very pleased with the work. I know that there's a lot more work to come, but I just really want to highlight and thank all the staff for all the work that's gone into this and the creativity and thoughtfulness and responding to a lot of the community needs. I know that some people may feel this plan doesn't go far enough. Others may feel it goes too far, but I think it kind of hits just right. And we have a lot more work to do on the implementation side, and that will be for the next council. But until then, I'm happy to vote in support of this plan, and just to assuage anybody who cares, I won't be moving for any severing. I like it just the way it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Mayor Stewart.
Great. Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to say that every Friday morning at 7, I meet with the mayors from the 13 largest municipalities in BC. And I always feel jealous because they have OCPs and we don't. And this is a significant step toward getting us there. The work has been, I think, very well done. I do want to thank Councillor Carr and Councillor Hardwick for making this the very first motion that we moved as a council to get this going. I do remember the press conference and the discussion and all that stuff. And here we are in our very last standing committee meeting of this council's, and we're on the verge of approving, I think, some very, very good work here. I think that the biggest thing for me is having equity at the core of this plan, which I think is a tremendous principle to build upon, whether it's racial or spatial or income. I think equity has to be the key principle that we look at all work going forward in this city, and I think it's well incorporated here. So congratulations to staff for doing this through COVID. Nothing like a pandemic to focus the mind on city planning. And I do think that this is really what the city needs. So the job of the next council will be to take this, I think, very good direction and then to make it into law. I know we will need some help probably from the province with changes to the charter, but I do think my sense is that that will be possible, and I think it'll be very welcomed because we are the biggest municipality in the province, the most important economically. What happens to us really affects the rest of the province, and this will, I think, put us in very good stead, both as a national and international city leader. So again, thanks to all who participated, all the hard work of council and staff, and look forward to voting yes for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also have just noticed staff coming in as we do our final deliberation and want to echo that thank you. I know a lot of community work, a lot of work on spreadsheets, and many millions of hours of meetings went into this. Really appreciate your professional expertise and thoughtfulness in all of this. I will say at the beginning of the Vancouver plan, I was nervous that it would delay us doing the housing work we needed to do. I have really appreciated that we have acted while planning throughout this term, and that I think the plan includes, as has been articulated, a really important weaving in of land use and housing as climate action, land use and housing as important for equity and racial justice, land use and planning as part of our reconciliation work, that those important priorities have been woven really beautifully into this plan and in exciting ways that I think really will make Vancouver an even better place over the next 30 years. I am keen to get going on it and make sure that we land it and create all of the beautiful ideas that it outlines. And as the mayor said, that will really be the work of the next council, but I hope whoever is there takes that work seriously and in honoring the huge amount of work that went into this plan by implementing it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Weed.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Councillor Karen Hardwick for bringing this forward. I think 6 years ago when I was with the Vancouver Park Board, we were doing the van play and we recognized that our community plans in the City of Vancouver weren't aligned and we didn't have them digitally put together. And we didn't have a comprehensive plan of how the city could be. And I think the hope and vision was that in creating a Vancouver plan, we could really give strong direction for generational thinking. And the vision, I just love it. The fact that Vancouver is a city that lives in greater balance with our ecological systems while providing more complete, inclusive, resilient neighborhoods where people of all ages, incomes, abilities, backgrounds thrive. The fact that it starts with ecological systems, I want to thank staff for all that work. There's watershed planning. That's something that only Musqueam had here in the city of Vancouver. We were only planning one watershed, and now in this, it shows each watershed where we can understand where we live as a society in our watersheds, how important they are to return to the land and waters and understand where we are as a human species and where we need to go. The Greenway strategy in here is absolutely stunning. It gives us a beautiful breakdown of what the city could look like if we change our transportation and how we can move around in a very safe way, not just for humans, but also for our biodiversity. There's a huge component here on ecosystem revival, which I think is absolutely stunning, showing creeks returning, birds, bees, and just restoring the natural systems of Vancouver. And I think that part is really key into the document, as well as really embedding the different little elements of the neighborhoods. I know that it doesn't specifically speak to the neighborhoods, I know a motion came, but it does in a lot of different ways. And I think that's really reflected through the document as it shows we are a city of neighborhoods and all the different the parts of it that make it happen, including the foundational stuff, which is on reconciliation, equity, and resilience. And I think putting an equity map was one of the most powerful things we did at Park Board because it showed where in the city doesn't have trees, what part of the city doesn't have a community center. Like I guess sometimes you don't realize how fortunate you are in the neighborhood you live in, and others don't have those same opportunities. So it's really powerful to have a document that can showcase people what they have in their neighborhood, other neighborhoods would like to have as well, and this will deliver on it. So I agree with the mayor that this is just a start, and it's going to be the next phase on how we deliver on these three key goals. But reconciliation, resilience, equity and resilience, and reconciliation equity, those three fundamental principles are so key to what we do moving forward. So I'm very supportive, and I want to thank staff for all the work they did to get here. But also the work that's going to have to come. I mean, we're just getting started, and there's a lot of really big ideas here. And so thanks for the generational thinking and pushing us to be bold. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'd like to, of course, start by thanking staff for all their work on this. I compared to the Broadway plan. I didn't vote for most of the Broadway plan. It was more specific to the Vancouver plan. We had 30 to 40-story towers in some places. I'm very leery of the idea that increasing supply will automatically create affordability when developers themselves say they can't or won't build for households earning under 75K, which is about 75% of renters. And the Broadway plan, which this council agreed to, basically has 87% of the 300,000 units to be for households earning over 80K, leaving only 13% for the remaining 72% of renters, which I don't think is equitable. But the Vancouver plan is more general than the Broadway plan. It doesn't enable rezoning or development applications. It doesn't supersede other policy initiatives. And I think our amendments make it a lot better. They make it so it's conceivable that it could be a good plan, but it depends a lot on the next councils. As I see it, the basic idea of the Vancouver plan is to increase densities, especially in low density areas, so we don't have to increase it in apartment areas. And so we can have complete communities and increase populations in areas that are close to parks, have amenities, so we don't have to build new amenities and acquire more and more land for parks. And so importantly, so people don't have to have cars, which is important for the climate. I do like the idea of complete communities. I love the map of the greenways. If we could do that, it would be awesome. Nature is really important to everyone in Vancouver. Communities aren't complete, though, unless everyone can afford to live in them. And that's why I've made amendments about tenant protection and affordability. And housing won't be affordable if we only increase density without capturing the land lift for public benefit, which is why I made that amendment. So it's conceivable that when staff reports back on how we increase the density and where, that those reports will also include how we stop speculation, how we extend tenant protection across the whole city, including in my dreams, rent based on the unit, not the tenant, which would be huge, how we protect tenants who are dem-evicted, how we really do meet the needs of the 86,000 who are in housing need, how we really do end homelessness. It's conceivable. I don't know if it will happen. It will depend on the next council. The Vancouver plan is just directions. We could still get the protections we need, and it'll be good for the climate, but we still need protections in place that will have to come from the next council. We need concrete actions. So what actually happens here will be based on the next council and whether it meets the affordability and climate needs in the city and protects renters. This is a hard decision for me, but I think I'll vote for the plan with the knowledge that if the protections that we've called for don't come through, we don't have to go for the increased density. And if they do come through, it could be a huge win for renters throughout the city.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. I have been advocating for a reboot of the city plan process actively since 2005. Regime change and senior staff retirement took the momentum out of completing the city plan that was led by Anne McAfee in the 1990s. And under Anne's leadership, City Plan engaged with 100,000 Vancouverites, pre-internet, and focused on neighborhood-based planning. I campaigned in 2018 And it would have been my first motion in this council had Councillor Carr not beat me on the queue, and I was happy to second the motion. So make no mistake about it, Vancouver needs a citywide plan, without a doubt. But as I've said many times before, the devil's in the details. And the plan needs to leverage the exceptional work of the past to bring it into the challenges of the future. So when I promoted and supported the city plan, I understood the objective to be continuing city plan's legacy of knitting together the tapestry of neighborhood plans carefully developed over decades, involving generations of professional city staff and thousands of volunteer hours by local residents. And it was this process that earned Vancouver the reputation as the poster child for the livable city. And again, the legacy here is participatory community planning that fully engages citizens from all of the city's local communities in shaping the future. However, this plan takes a wrecking ball to Vancouver's, or a steamroll, or whatever analogy you want to use. Council here, it's been interesting as having people acknowledge the value of the neighborhoods, but what the neighbors, the residents have been telling Vancouver has largely been disregarded in working with established communities, and it's disengaged neighborhood residents in this flawed process. So today, all the good work to me stands to be destroyed by a top-down, one-size-fits-all approach to urban planning. Instead of a plan that reflects the nuance of neighborhoods in the way it balances adding human-scale housing solutions, addressing mobility, community amenities, economic activity, green space, and affordability, the rebranded Vancouver plan is deterministic. Its so-called priorities applied in an autocratic manner through building typologies applied arbitrarily citywide without local context. This approach does not reflect neighborliness, to coin former Director of Planning Ray Spaxman, in any way. Quite the contrary. Neighborhoods are not even mentioned. And the related amendments are generally hollow because they give empty verbiage without meaningful neighborhood-based planning that respects, potents, and builds on existing character and heritage community assets while allowing for the growth that we need. This is not the citywide planning process I advocated for all these years. Since 2020, with the 50 Neighborhoods Project, I've tried to draw attention to the need to focus on the nuance of neighborhoods, to provide for growth using proper, transparent data in the city's approach to citywide planning. It was clear to me that recently staff have taken a top-down approach without providing the necessary data requested by me and by council at the beginning of this term. And I've tried to shine a light on what the city should be doing. But sadly, the Vancouver plan is, in my view, entirely lost the plot, to the detriment of the future of our children, our children's children, and for new residents. And I hope and I fear that I will be the last generation of my family that will be able to afford to live in Vancouver, our hometown, based on decisions such as the one that we're making today with this Vancouver plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll sort of start off by saying it was a bit of a bumpy road because we had this thing called a pandemic in the middle, and we also had what turned into be a very large scope for the Vancouver plan. Two things kind of conversely not necessarily syncing and working in unison. And I was worried for a period of time that the scope of the Vancouver plan was far too big and wouldn't get down to some of the key things that people are wanting to know, which is how are we going to grow? What are our land use policies going to be, and what's my neighborhood going to look like? And how's this for those established residents? How's the city going to grow around me? And for newer people that are trying to younger folks that are trying to make their way in the city, what do my opportunities and my path look like? But I do appreciate the fact that we sort of pulled up short on the reins a little bit and scoped and sort of redirected the plan, which I think got us to a natural outcome in this term, for which I'm actually really grateful, and I want to acknowledge that. It's challenging because everybody wants to get there, but I'm really happy that we're going to get towards an OCP. It was interesting for me to know that, sorry, distracted. It was interesting for me to, can I come back on? Or no, it's fine, I'll keep going. Seems to be something amusing going on over there. It was interesting for me to know that Vancouver is one of the only, I think it was the only, but I don't want to misstate, one of the only metro municipalities that didn't have an OCP, which is quite something when you think about it. And then I think about, okay, what does that actually mean in real terms? And what that means is that we end up with a lot of sort of challenging situations, divisive public hearings, and things of that nature, because everybody has different interpretations around how their neighborhood should grow or what was intended, or the plans don't keep pace over time. And so I'm really hopeful that as we get towards that level of specificity, that's going to help. I think when people understand it, not everybody will agree necessarily, but if people, and I think we had really good public participation, can see themselves reflected in some way, and they know what the parameters are, that makes for a lot, I think, smoother kind of engagement and conversation. So that's a hope that I have in terms of outcomes. I do think that importantly, we desperately need the housing. So there's a big focus here on more availability of housing, but also more diversity of housing types, which is really critical. We hear a lot about need for the missing middle and multifamily housing. Excited about complete communities. I really want to see corner stores in every neighborhood and walkable neighborhoods. I think that there's a big social lens on it. I appreciated the conversation, although it was a difficult one earlier, with respects to the ensuring that we recognize where we came from and how some of our past land use policies were really discriminatory. And I pulled up the discriminatory land titles motion that Council may recall we considered, which really spoke to that sort of segregationist land policy in the city of Vancouver. And these are direct quotes. These are not my words. This is what it actually said. And think about this. And it wasn't just about property owners. So listen to this language. This was a sample covenant on a land title in the city of Vancouver. Quote, and whereas the grantor and grantee have agreed that as a term of such sale, no Asiatic, Negro, or Indian shall have the right or be allowed to own, become a tenant of, or even occupy any part of the property. That was one in South Vancouver. Here's the second one. Quote, that the grantee or his heirs, administrators, executors, successors, or assigns will not sell to, agree to sell to, rent to, lease to, permit or allow to occupy the said lands and premises or any part thereof any person of the Chinese, Japanese, or other Asiatic race, or to any Indian or Negro. End quote. So you think about that, and I think about the underpinnings of sort of, I think, a vision of having a really positive, open social lens to a city that is welcoming and inclusive, while still trying to tackle a lot of the challenges that we have with respect to constrained land use, desirable place to live, and affordability. So I know we've got a lot of work ahead, and the last thing that I'll say is really the importance of public benefits. And I actually think that that's where the focus should be of a lot of the next council, is really on looking at the public benefits and how we enable that. That's one of the biggest challenges that we have, in addition to housing, for livability. And it's the parks, the green spaces, the community centers, the curb cuts, the public plazas that all make living in Vancouver the quality of life. So we want people to have great homes, but we also want them to have a great life here in the city. And so I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, a couple of reflections. I'll start, first of all, by thanking our staff who put, I think, many hours, sweat and tears, I'm sure, into this work. And I see a number of staff has sort of flooded in to listen. And so thank you for everything you've done. And to the point that Councillor Kirby-Young just made, it has been a bumpy road for a whole variety of reasons. And as was noted, the pandemic certainly was challenging for everyone. So I hope you're feeling proud of the work and what you've produced. I think it's really important. I would also like to thank all the residents. While I know there's been questions of the engagement and how it was undertaken, and having to do that in completely uncertain times of the pandemic, there was significant engagement from the public and interest in the city and in the future of the city and what it looks like. And so I want to thank the residents who participated. I didn't prepare specifically any notes or comments for today, just because we've had a pretty grueling schedule, but I I do want to reflect a couple of things in addition to my colleagues, is that a citywide plan or a citywide strategy is important, but it is a guide. Nothing is truly set in stone. We have to be nimble, and I always harken back to failing to plan is planning to fail. And so while there has been criticism of this council for undertaking such a major approach to the city in terms of trying to plan for neighborhoods, for big picture issues like housing and climate change, to thinking 30 years ahead, if strategies are ultimately and plans are about getting to actions, and if you don't have it, then you'll be kind of flailing in the wind. And so I think, so for the critics who've judged this for various reasons of costing too much or taking too long, this is leadership. And I heard Councillor Hardwick say that she would have brought something forward. Councillor Carr moved this initial motion at council. I think most of the council has rallied behind it, both publicly and quietly behind the scenes, to usher it forward. I know the staff have had to pivot along the way. I also think that plans also add a bit of certainty. So in a world where there's a lot of uncertainty, and people are curious about what their city is going to look like, how things are going to change, it does that. It also adds transparency. It also adds accountability. And when I look at through the engagement, some of the key priorities that emerged, it was affordable housing, complete communities, a sustainable and carbon neutral city. And that definitely resonates with me and resonates with the public that I talk to on a daily basis. And when you look at the different policy areas, I'm not going to list them off, but there's 11, every day I talk with different residents and we touch on all of these issues, whether it's housing, whether it's transportation, whether it's the local economy, ecology, childcare. And so I think every resident will be able to see their priorities reflected in this plan. Now, they may have different weighting. For some of the residents, housing may be a higher priority. For others, it might be childcare. For others, it might be ecology. But I think that by and large, the majority of our residents should be able to see their priorities reflected in here and see that there has been thoughtful planning. Is there more work to be done? Certainly. But I think this is good work. I'm prepared to support it. I'm happy to have been part of the process. I'm also very grateful knowing that this is probably, I know we have a few more meetings left, but I'm grateful of working together as a council on this Vancouver plan. And I think that is also, it's not just about the outcome, it's about the process and the journey. And I think we've accomplished a lot, and it hasn't been for us, it's for our communities, for the residents that we represent. And so simply to close, I'm really proud of this work. I know there's many more steps going forward in terms of phases and operationalizing it, but I do want to thank again our staff and the public for participating.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I know I spoke already, but there's a voice from from the Person with Disability Advisory Committee that always reminds me that accessibility needs to be a component of any larger plan. And anytime we're dealing with housing or any of the issues, the importance of us making sure that they are accessible, and that we can make sure they're visitable, and that everyone gets an opportunity to enjoy the spaces here in Vancouver. And the other advisory committee, the food assets in this are really amazing. So just identifying how much our advisory committees play a role and our community groups played a role throughout this development of this plan. It's been pretty impressive to see all the groups supportive of this and continuing to want to be involved in the next phase. But so, yeah, just wanted to let you know.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks, and I just want to apologize for not being able to be here earlier today. I'll just save my time. I was taking my daughter for her kindergarten vaccination. So I have been following along though, and I will be voting. And before I begin my final remarks, Chair, I'd like to ask for severing. I'd already sent an email into the clerk just on A, D, and the first paragraph of J, please, if possible. Is that possible just before I begin my closing remarks?
Yes, we will double check. You can go ahead and give your remarks. I'm sure that will be just fine.
Thanks very much. I want to start, first of all, by saying that I really appreciate the comments of all of my colleagues, and whether or not we've agreed or disagreed on certain parts and pieces of this, because it seems that even through individual motions or staff reports that we've amended, we've always kept in mind the Vancouver plan, because I think that we all are trying to move forward. Now, sometimes we're not all moving in the same direction, but I've heard from each and every council member, over this term that they intend to move forward. And we're all doing this to advocate for the people, not only who live in our city today, but that will live in our city eventually, that want to live in our city, and even those who visit our city. And I think that it's important. We can't just say Vancouver is a world-class city. We still have work to do, council. And I'm reminded of that when I see how many homeless people are on the streets of our city, how many families are struggling to be able to afford to live in our city or have been pushed out of our city because of housing costs, or for some, childcare costs exceed their monthly housing costs, depending on how many children they have, especially families that have children that are under school age. I really do want to thank staff. I know that you've put your hearts and your souls into this plan. And when we embarked on this plan, and I appreciate Councillor Carr putting forward the initial motion along with Councillor Hardwick. I know that you collaborated on that together. But when we did this, we didn't know that we would be in the middle of a pandemic shortly afterwards. And I want to commend our staff for, using the tools in the toolbox that they had to continue engagement. I am a little bit concerned that I want to commend our staff. I think they did as good as they could have with the tools they had at the time. But that being said, the true test of the Vancouver plan and the engagement for me is asking other families that I see when I'm out and about, or asking people, at the events that we're now able to go to, do they know about the Vancouver plan? Have they been asked about it? Have they engaged in the process? And many of them don't know about it. And I think it's especially, people who don't have that extra time, those young families, seniors who possibly don't have access except for, hearing about something in the media if they do, or understanding how to reach out. And I think that those are the people that we really need to include in this plan. So there are parts of this plan that I certainly can support, but there are parts of this plan that I can't support. I do think it's important that we're ambitious, but at the same time, I think it's important that we're realistic. And I said this in the previous council, in my last term. I won't make promises that I can't keep. And one of the things that I did was I put forward a motion when a previous mayor went to the downtown east side and made a promise on behalf of council and signed his name on a document. Councillor Swanson will remember because she held council to task. And I put forward a motion that we should either keep that promise or we needed to tell the community we wouldn't. So rooted in the same reasons, I am going to support parts of this plan, but there are other parts of the implementation that I can't support, because I can't make promises that I don't see us being able to keep in the timeline that we have here. But that being said, I, as all of you have spoken to, want to move forward. I want to do the best that I can for the people in our city. And I want to make sure that we identify, the 22 unique Vancouver neighborhoods and the people living in those neighborhoods who are real people, who we do hear from and who do, whether or not they know what we do on a daily basis, who are affected by the decisions that we make. So I'll leave my comments there because my time is up, but I've requested the severing, and just again, a huge thank you to staff and to all of those who engaged in the process.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. And Councillor Carr?
So let me just start by first thanking staff. And I will first start by thanking the staff who originally launched the plan. So Gil Kelly and Susan Haid and Kara Siebert did a wonderful job, met with challenges, but a wonderful job in getting it going. And all of you as staff under the leadership of Teresa O'Donnell, I just thank you from the bottom of my heart for the work that you have put into creating this plan. It was challenging. COVID threw a wrench into it. I think other councillors have mentioned that, but you had to pivot, find new ways to engage people and to consult, and you did it. I also just want to say the report is beautifully written. People should actually read this report because it is inspiring. It really lays out the kind of city and the characteristics of a city that we all want, the city we want to live in. It was my first motion this term, and the goal was clear. I wanted to bring Vancouverites together to create the plan for the city that we all want to live in. To tackle the big problems, the housing affordability, the climate crisis, the livability, equity, reconciliation, and the end product would have been actual OCP, official community plan with a land use plan. But COVID got in the way. We all know that. It made most of the in-person kind of engagement we would have had impossible. But we did pivot. And I think in pivoting, we had to pivot in our own lives. Imagine a whole plan having to pivot. But I think that undoubtedly we would have had more, in-depth engagement. But what we did get was good, solid engagement, like over 25,000 responses in terms of to our surveys and various ways of consulting with people. Just for the record, the budget was a big one to begin with. We spent less than half of it, just under half is from what I understand. And what we did get was consultation and involvement of people who might not have otherwise, under traditional ways of involving people in those kind of face-to-face meetings, a kind of online engagement that got, I believe, more youth out, more people of diversity. That certainly in my time, I did every one of the exercises that was out there. And the most important thing is the majority of people, when surveyed at the end, support the principles and the goals that are outlined in this plan. Reconciliation, equity, and resilience. Complete communities with housing choices in every single one. An economy that works for everyone. Climate protection, and restored ecosystems. I just want us all to stop for a second and realize that the majority of people surveyed believe in these goals, in these principles, in these values within our city. We do face major crises, we all know it, but I love how the plan tackles them. There actually is really good language and ideas incorporated in housing affordability, including combating speculation. And I have to say that my fellow councillors' amendments have really strengthened those sections too. There's not a lot of big density. It's a lot of gentle density in this plan, and I hope people look at that and realize that. There's plans to prioritize social co-op and rental housing, for example. The climate emergency is tackled, more walkable, cyclable, rollable city. I love the statement in there. We're going to transform road space to create people-first streets. Low carbon construction. Phasing in of measures to begin with to lower GHGs. Increasing parks, green space, the tree canopy. I really believe that this plan will improve equity and livability and economic sustainability and environmental sustainability. I really believe that we did the absolute best we could of engaging people under the COVID parameters to get them to be like there in the plan. So it's not the end of the process. We are at this stage, and what I really want to do and end on is encouraging everyone in this city to get involved in the next phase of this plan, where we detail out the actual land use changes in our official community plan.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Vice Chair Fry, if I can just make a really brief comment. As we're all adding our voices to the landing of this plan, and just to say I very much supported the need to have the plan at the very beginning of our term. That was clear to me, and have maintained that support throughout the many iterations and the uncertainties and the unexpected that we faced. So, because ultimately the principle of having a plan hasn't shifted through changes in leadership, a pandemic, we still needed the plan. So I'm really, really, really happy that we got to this place. And I think that the plan does reflect this council. And we can all be proud of the part we played to get here.
I know others have mentioned it, but I can't stress enough. Having sat in these chambers for hours that none of us ought to count, and have never seen the staff come in this way. And it just shows how many folks at the City of Vancouver put a lot of time and effort in, because you all do that every single day, but you don't all come when we're about to vote on a report. So it's just really quite touching, actually, to see everybody here. And, yes, we've had some changes, and I think it goes without saying that Teresa O'Donnell has managed to steady this process to be able to deliver with all of the support of everybody that is in this room. So I think that's really does need to be acknowledged, because that's not an easy feat. So thank you very much to you, Teresa, for your leadership. The plan reflects what we heard from engaging with people. And of course, there were differing views. And there's more to do with the plan, as we've heard others say, and that can be reflected in these future iterations. But we needed to start with something high level enough to provide that guide, that steering mechanism, that rudder as we navigate where we go next. So I think that's exactly what this plan has done. And I hope that all of the hard work of folks in our neighborhood associations, who have worked on local plans, I hope that they stay engaged. I really, really do. And I really do hope that they see themselves remain part of this process, and not to write it off. And I know that might feel a bit difficult right at this moment, but we are coming into another election. There'll be a new council and a whole opportunity to keep moving forward together. So at the end of the day, we're looking at a plan that's going to take our city into the next 30 and 50 years. And when I think about who's living in our city at that time, and the young people that are still in elementary school and high school, this is their plan. And so they're not paying attention to this right now, nor should they. So sometimes it's about planning for people who don't know that this matters yet. And I really do feel quite connected to what that future looks like. So I'm happy to support, and again, tremendous appreciation to all of council and staff for the work today. This was not chaotic. This was extremely productive, and I really, really appreciate it. It's me. Thanks, Vice Chair Fry. With that, we can go to a vote. No, we can't. We're severing. Pause. We are absolutely going to sever. We're going to sever in a few different ways.
Just on a point of privilege.
Yes, sure. So we're going to be severing A, D, H, and J, which is 2 paragraphs. But I will reflect that Councillor DiGenova asked for the first paragraph in J to be severed, not both. Is that correct, Councillor DiGenova?
That is. I just wanted to note that. Sorry to interrupt, Chair.
Yep,
Just
no,
the first paragraph, and H wasn't my request. If it was another councillor's, I'm sorry.
It is a different, yes, it is a different councillor. Thank you. So A, D, H in the first paragraph of J.
Yes, and I'm happy to have AD and the first paragraph of J as one vote, if that's fine.
That seems like a good idea. I don't see any contrary minded. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and vote on A, D, and the first paragraph of J, clerks, to start.
A, D in the first. Okay.
Sorry, point of privilege. Can you just repeat the clause?
Yes,
letters?
no problem. And we will highlight them on the screen, although it might be a bit tricky. So A, D in the first paragraph of J.
And H will be done after. Unhighlight H.
No, H is going to be done after. Thank you. Oh, yes, clerks. Thank you very much. Yeah. So A, D in the first paragraph of J. We won't be able to show it all on the screen. You all do have it in your inbox. So A, D in the first paragraph of J, please go ahead and vote on screen. I noted that Councillor Hardwick is not on video anymore. And so Councillor Hardwick, okay, I'm going to say that Councillor Hardwick is absent. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Chair, if I may, a point of privilege. Councillor Hardwick just sent me a message and said her laptop crashed and she'd like you to wait for her to vote.
Okay, we will have to do that vote again. Thank you very much.
I'll just leave that with you.
Yep, fair enough. Those things happen. So maybe what we can do is, clerks, I'll ask for your, do we need to rescind that vote? Okay, I see Councillor Hardwick is on the screen, so we're going to go ahead and just do that vote right away. And I'm going to ask that we clear the vote and re-vote, please. Councillor Hardwick, we're mid-vote. Can you vote? So we've got. Okay, so
Chair,
that's fine, Councillor DiGenova. So just 1 second. Councillor Hardwick has voted. We're good. So Councillor Dominato, Councillor Kirby-Young, and Councillor DiGenova.
And this is on A, D, and the first paragraph of J.
That's correct, yeah. Okay, great. So that passes with Councillor DiGenova and Councillor Hardwick in opposition. So now we're going to move to vote on H. And then we will vote on the balance of the resolution. So H, please, clerks. And that motion passes with Councillor DiGenova, Councillor Dominato, and Councillor Bly in opposition. And now we will have our final vote on the balance.
Sorry, can I ask a point of clarification? I thought we were voting on the second part of J, but I'm hearing we're voting on something different.
We're voting on H that was highlighted on the screen.
I'm sorry, I only have the one screen. Can I ask for a reconsideration of that vote then?
You can do. Is that some? Just bear with me for one moment.
I thought we were doing the second part of J. Oh.
So you can go ahead and move a reconsideration.
Move to reconsider.
And that requires unanimous support. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. So we will do that vote again. We're going to vote on H. And that motion passes with Councillor DiGenova, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Kirby-Young, and myself, Councillor Bly, in opposition. And we will now vote on the balance of the resolutions, including the second part of J. And just Councillor Hardwick, waiting for your vote. And that passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. So I believe that, do we need to do one? Don't need to do another vote. Okay, so that does conclude item 1. The Vancouver plan. And I would just like to invite the city manager to make some final remarks.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chair and Council. So I did want to acknowledge that this decision today obviously closes the loop on initial direction from this council to staff and has been a key priority for us over the course of your term. So with this decision, just to restate, you've accomplished something that hasn't been done in Vancouver for a century. As you know, the absence of this comprehensive land use planning framework has been a real impediment to managing Vancouver's growth and evolution. So this is significant. Of course, your plan is guided by very different principles and intentions than Bartholomew, and it's going to generate some very different outcomes as well. So we really appreciate all of your engagement and direction through this process, throughout the 3.5 years that it's taken to get us here. and all of the additional refinement you've provided today. It's been really critical. And then, of course, Council, also want to acknowledge the folks here, the staff team, the leads that you've heard from, all the folks in the room today, as well as there's a much larger group of content experts from across the organization who've contributed to this. It has been an intense amount of work, and it has required, as you know, some real focus and rescoping, particularly over the last 18 months to get us to the point here today. So I can't take credit for any of that work, but I do feel very comfortable in speaking on behalf of the team about how proud we are to have delivered it for your consideration today. So maybe if I could just ask everyone to stand up, just so you can see them all. They're at the back. Thanks, Council. And I do want to, yeah, it's business hours. We're not at 5 yet. And I want to acknowledge in particular Karis Hebert, who wasn't able to be in chambers today, but obviously has been a key part of the team today. So that was really crushing for us that she couldn't be here, but I know she's watching. So appreciate the opportunity to speak.
And thank you very much, City Manager. That's wonderful to have those as the final word and final comments. So what I am able to do now is say that
Motion to adjourn?
No, not yet, Councillor Hardwick. That this concludes the final item on the agenda. The standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete. We will now convene in council with Mayor Stewart as chair to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting.
Thanks very much, Chair. We're going to convene now in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from the standing committee today. Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair, Councillor Carr, Councillor DiGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Blythe.
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much, clerks. So we need a motion to adopt the standing committee's recommendations.
So move.
Second.
Carr.
I think I heard Councillor Carr first, but seconded by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay.
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 All those opposed say nay. That's carried unanimously. Thanks. Councillor Hardwick, do you want to do your motion to adjourn?
Mayor?
I would.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hardwick. Do we have a seconder?
Point of privilege, Mayor? Can you hear me?
Just calling a vote now to adjourn. What would you like, Council?
I just under urgent business to move a leave of absence for myself from earlier today for reasons I've already mentioned, if possible.
Right.
Second.
Apologies, I understood that's where this would come.
But we do have a motion on the floor that's been seconded, so.
Oh, I was trying to get your attention. I did try.
I'm sorry. Clerks, can we do this at another time?
Oh, another council meeting.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not required. It was for this morning, so.
Yeah, I think you're good, Councillor. So we'll just have a vote on adjournment. All in favor, yay.
Can it be noted in the minutes, Mayor? Can it just be noted in the minutes?
Opposed, nay. Great, we're adjourned. Thank you so much, everybody. That concludes our business for today. Really appreciate all your work. I think it's fitting that